200 now, So everybody, you know what? I'm starting to not like Sundays at the club quarantine. Listen, Linda, listen. I understand this Sunday and all that, but motherfuckers is on the shutdown. Motherfuckers ain't going to work. Turn up. Why the turn up always got to be on Saturday? I don't like that. First of all, I've been on sick leave so goddamn long. My turn up is when I fucking feel like it anyway. But how y'all doing? So when last we spoke, no, I have not drank, but my throat don't hurt no more because you know why? I figured out my throat was hurting from my acid reflux. So I looked at some stuff. They said chew some gum. I haven't had a problem since. But I'm going to take it out because I chew my gum extremely loud because my jaws are not that strong. So when I chew hard bubble gum, I really got to chew like this. Also, I have no teeth on either side right here. Bitch, I got the buckle. So I do have to chew gum. That's why I really don't usually chew it in public. But I have it for stuff like that. Great. It is actually great to settle your stomach. It's also great to reduce the amount of cigarettes you smoke as well. And if I was in any kind of relationship that my jawline will be getting the workout, it's great to strengthen that too. Just FYI. Oh, there's the demonetization. I mean, I didn't extensively say fellatio, but I mean, I was implying it. Anyway, how y'all doing this here evening? I know it's a little late. I discussed my concerns about the Tiger thing on Facebook with a really old, I won't say friend, but acquaintance. We've known each other for like quite a few years, and we're both like super into makeup. And she's one of these animal people. Like, oh, don't put your animal out on the street during the coronavirus. Ha ha ha. Say that now. But at the same time, I'm still conflicted. I came live because the next thing that came on was the news, and I promised y'all I cannot watch no more goddamn Hulu, no more Netflix. I saw Nina Bonina Brown's review is up. Maybe we can watch that together, but like I just can't. And shopping tomorrow is going to be real fucking interesting because they are implementing the only a certain amount of people in the store at one time, which is cool. I'm here for it. My concern is if everybody decide to go at the same time, how long do I just got to stand outside to wait to go get me some damn food? And what's going to be left when I come back out? But Sundays, the Fast Auntie Lounge ain't that fast. Okay, it is the Fast Auntie Lounge still. But we being fast on the dance floor, slow grinding and shit. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm quarantined by my goddamn self. I don't want to hear no baby making music or a fuck record as T-Pain called it yesterday. Well, I got a fuck record. Y'all missing out. If y'all want to watch something in the background that you can just hear them and T-Pain and Little John's voices are distinct enough that you don't have to be watching them, even though that's entertaining too. People got it uploaded. Go put that shit on. It's good music. They banter because it's like so super obvious that they're like actually really good friends. And it's hilarious. It's great. It's great. So it's 4 of y'all motherfuckers in here. Ain't nobody said a goddamn word yet. And hit that thumbs up. Damn it. This would have been the perfect time to enter the live stream with Wu-Tang Clan. Ain't nothing to fuck with instrumental, so to say Tiger style. Oh, well, I dropped the ball on that. So how y'all feel about it? How y'all feel about it? How y'all feeling about what's going on? Y'all stir crazy yet? Oh, another thing is I go live so I don't talk to myself. which is what I'm doing right now because nobody's talking to me. Y'all just don't even understand. That gum worked like gangbusters, man. Wowee. Hi, Delicately Blessed. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, some of y'all is on the West Coast. It's still early over there. I expect y'all to be watching TV and shit. It's Sunday. Good Girls was fire. If y'all are not watching Good Girls on NBC, if y'all got Hulu or Netflix, go on get caught up on season 1 and season 2. The shit's fire. I don't know if y'all ever heard of it. I know like network TV is kind of dead unless it's a reality show. But Good Girls is like Suburban Claws. That's the way actually, that's perfect. If y'all watch Claws, you'll love Good Girls. Good Girls is like the Suburban Claws. It's kind of fire. Hey, Ageless. See, that's the thing, Delicately Blessed. Like, it's good that it's just me because I ain't got to worry about cleaning if I don't feel like it. I do what I want. Ain't nobody to get on my nerves. But on the other hand, too, it's been 2 weeks, though. It's been longer than that because I was really in the house even before that. So, it's so fucking boring. But I'm going to try to get up and do some cleaning tomorrow. But I'm about to hit this bottle in a minute. So, we going to see. I do have to get up in the morning, call the doctor's office, make sure they got that paperwork and stuff so we can get this money rolling in. Rolling. And also call and check to see what's going on with my pops. Listen, the quarantine by yourself is kind of a rough one because you run out of shit to do so quickly. And especially if you live by yourself all the time anyway, you run out of shit to do so quickly. I'm just being lazy. Hey, daughter. My daughter Amara's here. Say hey. I'm like purposely not cleaning. So that one day when I'm so goddamn on board, I'm not going to have a choice but to do it. But it got to be done before we off quarantine, though. And it got to be done before I have surgery. I'll start and it'll be like, it's depressing. It's fucking depressing. Plus, it's hot as hell in my damn apartment. It's kind of hard to do stuff. But it's all good. It's all good. But I be seeing these people on Facebook, just like couples, and they be quarantined together doing TikTok videos and shit. Look all fun. Probably banging all the time. I don't even know if the sex is good at this point because it ain't nothing else to do. Oh, Delicately Blessed, I understand. That's why I ain't even really been pushing the this is above as so below. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I don't do that whole like, subscribe thing at the end of every video. That's for damn sure because I'm like, bruh, if you got some money, hold on to that shit. We all struggling. I appreciate it if you got it to help me out. I really, really do. But I ain't pushing for it because, like, goddamn. Hey, Truth is Alchemy. Is it an artist block ATM? Well, yeah. And you can, y'all bless me with a little something here and then. My Patreon payment just went through this morning while I was on the Harley Loves Coffee because that's a new one. Finally sat down and got my ass on this thing instead of doing a video or doing shit for YouTube and watch the premiere of Harley Quinn. Here for it. I was like, okay. I like this a lot. Oh God, yeah, because photography is not exactly what you would call an essential. So yeah, I get that. I definitely get that. I'm like, I be seeing people on Facebook and like I don't think some people is taking social distancing. They should have never told them people gatherings less than 10, boy. Because it's still people like, first of all, if you still have to work, you still have a chance of bringing it into somebody else's house or your own. So probably don't have no company. But, yeah, my cousin actually canceled. My cousin actually text messaged me today and told me theirs was postponed. They said they're looking at September 27th, but until we know what's going on, like it's really up in the air. And I was like, yo, our gowns were for a spring summer wedding. September is gonna be a little chill. It's gonna be a little chilly for off the shoulder sleeveless dress. It's gonna be a little chilly in September. I mean, but what do you do? She already picked the dresses, and because they were from Fashion Nova and they have sales and stuff all the time, the majority of us, if not all of us, already got our dress. I ordered my dress on Thanksgiving because they have 50% off of Fashion Nova. I said it ain't gonna go no cheaper than this. Let me just go ahead and grab that. I bet in California is real out there, anywhere on the coast, because that's where all the people is at. Once you get past like the Midwest and you get past like Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, all that, once you get into that and you going into Wyoming and Oklahoma and all that shit, ain't no whole bunch of people there. Funerals are rough because I couldn't imagine somebody passing away and you really can't. I mean, you can have a very, very small funeral. They just actually put that on. Actually, before I came over here and the news was coming on, they actually even said like they're saying weddings and wedding receptions you could still have them, but wedding receptions is capped at 10 people. That's not a wedding reception. That's a get together. That ain't even a party. Less than 10 people, and you have to think about it. Like I know for a fact, my cousin's wedding party is bigger than 10 people. And you definitely have to have the bride and the groom. That drops you down to 8. If you're blessed enough for both sets of your parents to be alive, that's 4 more people down. You down to 4. At that rate, if you get married young enough and you're blessed enough to have all your grandparents, they can't even all come. Or if you have siblings and you got more than 4 siblings, they can't even all come. Between the 2 of you, they can't even all come. Hey, Aaron. Now, delicately blessed, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear about that. I'm sorry to hear about that because that does suck. Because you can't really have a proper service for them. That sucks. And I know a couple people in that boat. Well, it's really people, they're more connected to people my sister know, but I know them too, of course. But they're people that my sister is connected to, and it really sucks. Like one of my sister's best friends for like as long as I can remember is husbands. So her father-in-law passed. Like they've been friends so long. I remember when her and her husband were dating, I was 8 years old. Like that. Like I know them like that. And it sucks. And I also have a friend that's his grandfather because my sister's friend's husband is his uncle. And that sucks. It's already 4 boys, and like you said, they all got kids. Significantly more than 10 people. People is married. People is significantly more than 10 people. Kind of sucks. If y'all will excuse me for one moment, I'm gonna hook y'all up though. I'm gonna hook y'all up because now that I got the good Bluetooth speaker and the Instagram, because I need to run to the restroom and get my supplies to make my beverage. It is. What is this face mask code? Oh, this must be a gay one because the colors I got on here, and I'm just like, I don't fit. I wouldn't be nobody's daddy. All right. Oh, DJ Most usually be jamming, but it's Sunday. Everybody want to do this. Let me see which DJ I want to mess with. Let me see what Questlove doing. Questlove been playing some weird shit though. I knew Questlove was playing some weird shit. Fast Auntie Lounge. Hey, Alan Lewis. No, you know I ain't got cable. I have to wait for somebody to upload that to YouTube in the next couple days. All right, be right back, guys. I don't care what your mother does. Just be good to me. Hey, now we can do great things. Did I watch the T-Pain Lil Jon battle last night? I actually came into it late. I watched part of it last night as it was going on. I had a conference call with my friends. You know, my road dog. I had a conference call with them. I got to see my friend Rosie, because she didn't get to have her baby shower because of the Rona, so she came on there. It was cute. I was so mad though, because every time she would show her belly, I was like reaching in through the screen because I was like, I just want to touch that belly. But I got there and they was on like song 14, and then somebody uploaded to YouTube, and I watched the rest of it today on YouTube, which was actually better because YouTube is my best speakers I get. I did not want to open that like that. I'm so paranoid about everything now. But this straight up and down been sitting in my house for longer than a week, so it should be good anyway. I wiped it down already. All right. So today's beverage of choice is we have moved on to the vodka now. We finally done with the Fireball, which I don't think I ever want to drink that shit again. Oh, we're not done with the Fireball because I still got one of these little shots in here too. But 3 olive berry, and I got this nice slushy Cherokee red soda because I forgot to go buy the blue Fanta berry soda. But you can't go wrong with cherry berry, right? And if you ain't from the Midwest, I feel so sorry for you if you've never had Cherokee red cherry soda, because it's amazing. It's giving Fanta a big run for its money. Big run for its money. Good morning, Izzy. From across the pond. Oh yeah, that's what I said. I've been wiped it down, but it's also been just sitting over. It's been sitting for over a week. Oh, I've been paying attention to all that stuff. How long does it sit on surfaces? Mm-hmm. God, that is way too good to be legal. Damn. I literally only made it with that because I have a lack of another chaser, but damn, that's good. We all here. What's going on in England? We just changing war stories of what's going on. And 12-week isolation. Yeah, you said that's too much. I'm sorry. This fan got to come on. I'm going to do up. I'm going to turn this second light off. I'm trying to get a little cooler in here. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Ooh, 12 weeks. Fuck. That's that single shit too. I was gonna say, but that's all right. Because I'm about to be fucking with the people that deliver the damn groceries. Just sit them outside the door. And I'll be looking out my peephole for a half an hour to make sure nobody take my shit. Oh my God, the CDC change shit every day. I can't wait to see what happened in tomorrow's briefing because the Tiger got it. I'm like, so now what's the tea, folks? Because remember, at first you couldn't get it from animals, but like I said earlier in the other one, at first it wasn't airborne either. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Y'all have no idea. You know what I thought was funny though? You know what I think is so funny, and I shouldn't. And this is the type of shit that if you is gonna talk about it, it should get demonetized. I want to do a Cool Cat Saves the Kid shit where Cool Cat gets coronavirus so bad. So bad. Well, they were saying that bats had it first, but they were saying it couldn't transfer from an animal and it couldn't transfer from what you ate. But guess what? Y'all done found it in a tiger and said that it's other tigers that's displaying the symptoms as well as lions in the Bronx Zoo. And y'all motherfuckers eat cats too. And y'all motherfuckers eat cats too. So ain't no telling. Because my thing is this. And I said this earlier today too, because a lot of y'all were not in the first one. So I'll repeat myself. How is it that nobody decided to test an animal until it got to the United States? We couldn't be the first people that had animals that was displaying symptoms, could we? Now, here's the fucked up thing. Before I go out tomorrow, I have to wash all my bandanas because my dumb ass has been wearing the same bandanas without washing them. But like I lay them down so I know what side it's on. And I wash my hands before I take them off so where it's tied. So now I'm paranoid because even if I go to take my garbage out, I put a bandana over my face. And now they're saying like fashion it into this mask. And I was like, yeah, but now y'all told everybody that I probably ain't gonna be able to go get no more bandanas because they're gonna be sold out, nor the hair ties or the elastic thing to make them. And by the way, you're telling people to make them out of fabric. Y'all all just had this big ass fight with Hobby Lobby. What if you're not somebody that sew all the time and you ain't got no fabric in your house? You can't say cut up a t-shirt. A t-shirt is porous. It got to be like a canvas or, a woven fabric. It can't be a knit. A knit ain't gonna do shit. It got to be cloth. Wipes. Oh, I believe that. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Shit's crazy, man. Oh yeah, because the first thing that's gonna happen is when they say, "Oh, we over the hump. Y'all can go back out again." Everybody will still be trying to go to the club and all that shit. Not me. Not me, man. Not me, man. I said that in the earlier video today too. Because this was the thing. Okay, wait. So let me tell you about this one part of the conversation that me and my friends had when we were on our Zoom call last night. So they were talking about this video. I hadn't seen it, about this man that quit and walked out the job. I think it was Amazon, and walked out the job. Like, we not sending out essential shit. They sending out dildos and shit. I said, who said dildos ain't essential? Some of us is quarantined by ourselves. The fuck you mean dildos ain't fucking essential? That is health. Because if you don't take care of your sex drive and you ain't strong enough to, you'll be liable to try to do some shit like have somebody come over or try to go somewhere and get you some, and that's not safe. Sexual health is important as well. Alan, that sucks. That sucks. Oh, I'm not even fucking with that fucktar. We definitely ain't talking about his ass. Not on my goddamn channel. Like, straight up and down, talking about some dildos ain't essential. Yes, the fuck they are. Pocket pussies and all that shit essential right now. Because at the end of the day, we as human beings, unless you're ace or a virgin, and I can't even say that, I never popped myself off until I was a virgin because I didn't need to, because I didn't know what I was missing. But even then, like, sexual health is important. It really is. We as humans have the drive to mate with other humans. And the thirst is real. You'll be done fucked around and did some dumb shit. So yes, sex toys are fucking essential to me. Absolutely. Alan, that does suck though. I hope they get a handle on it before that. But listen, I'm already mad because on Facebook, first of all, I'm so very disappointed that my sister's 50th birthday is just, like, you can't even do nothing for your 50th. That's a huge birthday. And keep in mind, my sister almost died last year. So this was going to be a big birthday. I wanted to do something really, really special for her. And she was talking about maybe like going on a trip. And I was like down to do all that and can't do nothing. Look like I ain't going to be able to do shit for mine either at this point. So, I'll be having a fucking party on YouTube for my birthday. Provided I don't have the surgery. But if this shit's still going on, y'all might as well postpone that bitch back again from April 27th. I'm not doing this shit. And y'all ain't letting motherfuckers in the damn hospital. Because at this point, the last you said one person could be there if you having surgery. That's the last thing you said. But the last time I seen when you went to the emergency room, one person could be with you too. And my dad went to the emergency room by himself in an ambulance and told my mother not to come. Fuck all that. I'm not about to have surgery and I'm not going to be able to speak. I don't care if I am only going to be there for one day. I can't do that right now. Until somebody could actually be there with me, I can't have this surgery. Y'all do what y'all want to do. Man, I'm telling you, Javon, I'm telling you. I'm so worried because my friend is pregnant. Her and her significant other are both flight attendants. He's a male. But she's been on maternity leave since March 1st. And because the last time he flew was March 24th, they couldn't be around each other. The first time she'll see him is April 7th. Because she pregnant. She high risk. He couldn't be around her because he a flight attendant. And I'm like, well, good. At least you ain't like due yet. Like that you might go into labor and he can't even come because like just all this. It's just life is just fucking crazy right now. You might be all right by August. Yeah, they got it like that in the hospital. I was like, not even in the emergency room. Not even in the emergency room. So my dad is in the hospital right now, and we can't see. Like we just had they'll call, or we'll call up there. Like I'll call up there first thing in the morning. But shit's just fucking crazy, man. Yeah, that's what they said. They said if you make a turn for the worse, but see, it's not like my dad wasn't sick like that. Now, what I will tell y'all is this: my mother told me that today they call and they are testing him for this that shall not be named, or you get demonetized. Even though I already said it once, I'm gonna hope that one slide past. But they're testing him for him because they said, he does have some of the symptoms, but he didn't have these same symptoms for so long, even when he was in the hospital the last 2 times. So I don't think so, but good, rule that shit out. Because the last time I seen him, I already served my 14 days. Today was the 14th day. So, but at the same time, too, I've also been out. Now, I personally don't think he has it, but shit, we know so little about it. Could have been had it. Could have been had it because the reason why he went to the hospital the last time he was in the hospital is because he woke up unable to breathe, and he was in the hospital for like 9 days on oxygen. So, and I never did get a straight answer of exactly what was wrong with him. So we don't know. You might have it. He might have been had it. We don't know. That shit would be crazy as hell though, because I would be like, damn, me and my mom just ain't get no symptoms, huh? But I can't even say that because I know there was a little span in time while all this was going on. There was one day I had a fever, but I'm old school. I took some Tylenol, turned my heat all the way up, put on a jogging suit, sat on this couch with all this shit on it because this shit is hot. Um, these fleece blankets, my regular blanket, a jogging suit, a winter hat. Went to sleep for 4 hours and woke up and broke my own fever. So God bless. If he got it and I got it mild, and my sister and my niece got it moderate, because they both got sinus infections right now, or what they think is sinus infections. And they told my niece when my niece went that she had an upper respiratory infection and quarantined her for 14 days, but said she couldn't get tested. Well, see, this is the thing. When I worked where I worked at, because there's stuff in the air, and they knew I was on sick leave, and part of the reason I was on sick leave for a long time, my paperwork said asthma. It still do. Um, so like where I work at, it's a bunch of dust. It's this other shit that's running to everybody in the company. You know, them people should have on masks by law and don't. So I was wearing a mask at work all the time anyway. Was wearing a mask at work all the time anyway. Because I work right by some shit where they melt in fiberglass and plastic and nylon and shit. And I was like, this shit can't be good for you. I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't develop asthma specifically from working in that department. And now the department I work in now just got all this dust and settlement because it's across the way from it. That's all from that. And I can still smell it. So I wear a mask at work all the time anyway. And dare somebody to tell me that I can't wear it, because the moment they tell me I can't wear it, well then I'm gonna have to go on sick leave again, and then I'm gonna have my doctor write me where y'all gonna have to put me somewhere else. I feel like these people that's working with food absolutely should have masks on. I really do. I think people that's working with food should absolutely have on masks. Now I would say I feel like they should. Oh, I've already called OSHA on my job a couple times. One time we had a full-fledged fire. It took them an hour to evacuate the building, and my whole department was white with smoke. And when I worked in that lab, because air conditioner, but the air conditioner is not filtering from outside, it was out there. I walked in the lab and it was full of smoke because that's where the air was coming from. And they did not evacuate us for an hour, and they only evacuated our department, and it was other departments working in the building, and the smoke was so thick that it was affecting people in the whole plant because y'all ventilation is fucking trash. Yeah, that happened. I told y'all this before. I ain't no snitch, but I ain't got no problem with whistleblowing. Them is two different things. A company not doing what they're supposed to do to protect their employees is one thing. That ain't snitching. I ain't no snitch, but I ain't got no problem with whistleblowing. It is so sad. I wish that I had some of those masks. Because I don't know if we have N95 masks. We do have like we have like regular paper masks at my job, but the ones that I was using at work, because like again, I work somewhere where you're burning toxic material all day long. You're taking these pellets and melting it down in the wire coating, and then breaking it back down to pellets. You're basically making these plastics that go around your wires for your computer, or like basically this stuff. But a higher quality, because of course it's going in cars and computers, it gets hotter. And my job was to test it to make sure like it was good and it wouldn't melt based on your temperature points and everything. And you're melting it really high. Like even to dry it out was 210 degrees Celsius. That's more than double boiling. And that was just to dry it out. To run the test, it was even hotter than that. So I'm literally around melting plastic. Nylon, PBT. PBT is either glass bead or fiberglass bead. So not the healthiest shit to breathe. So I know those are pretty good masks. And that's the sad part, because they don't have that in place yet. They don't have that in place because kind of really I don't know how you could possibly enforce that. If you're a single mother and you're a nurse, who the fuck's supposed to take care of your kids? Or like, and I'm sure it's not just Ohio. I'm just telling you as far as like my area. There are a few jobs. Either you work in healthcare, whether it be home healthcare, or nurse, or registered nurse, medical assistant, all that, because there's only so many jobs in this area that prosper. So it's either that, you work at a restaurant or bar. It's very service industry based, and then we have a lot of manufacturing plants in the area that make different stuff. Now, a lot of those are closed. A lot of them are not, because some of them are switching over to like doing stuff like making masks. Some of them are considered. They tried to have my job running. Now it's voluntary. They have a skeleton crew, and once they got enough volunteers, everybody else could be laid off, because we make car parts, and that's one of the things. That's the thing. We make the plastic and pieces and shit to make wires to go in cars. Even though GM, Ford, and Chrysler all closed their plants, but we also 51% of our business is with GM. The rest of it is with computers and foreign cars, Hyundais and stuff like that. So like their plants and stuff may still be open, but our American car part plants is closed. The big three is. And that's really the thing. That's the thing that's scary. Once they start getting sick, now it's going to be a shortage of people to take care of people. And that's going to be a problem. What up, Mike? Now, one thing I will say is this. There's a little bit of a debate going around, and I don't mind touching on it. I feel like this. People are like, if you're considered to be essential, you should be getting double the pay and hazard pay. Well, if you volunteered to be in the healthcare trade, you kind of signed up for that. And y'all making more money than the average anyway. I do feel like you should make more in general. Not because it's an outbreak. In general. But you signed up knowing some shit like this would happen and you would be on the front lines. It's like being in the army. You don't get extra money when you go to war. But you know that's a possibility because you signed up to be in the armed services. Same difference. Now, these people that work in grocery stores and restaurants and shit like that, they should, because they didn't sign up for this. If you signed up to work in healthcare, you signed up for some shit like this. It was a possibility that this shit might happen. You signed up. You signed up for it. You signed up for it. You don't get extra money when you go to war when you a soldier or in the armed services because you signed up for it. You knew it was a chance it was going to be a war. I think you do get like a bump for going overseas and shit like that, but it's also in your contract when you sign up too. They didn't just say, hey, you know what? I think the people in Afghanistan should get an extra $300 a month for their families because they're not going to be here. No, that was already planned. That was already in the contract. So, and let's keep it a buck. Whether you agree with it or not, the people in the armed services get a whole lot of perks and benefits just because they in the armed services. But they are defending the country, and you may get into it and never have to do shit. You might be stationed in North Carolina for the rest of your life. If you play your cards right. But you get married, you get a bump. You have kids, you get a bump. I will argue that healthcare should have something set up very similar. But you signed up for this. However, if you work in a grocery store making minimum wage, you certainly didn't sign up making minimum wage, putting your life in danger. You don't get a bump when somebody rob you either. You don't get extra money if you get robbed, but you know that's a possibility when you have that job. But I do agree. I don't think that you should get some kind of hazard pay for it. You signed up for that. However, if y'all not going to give them the shit that they need to stay safe, then y'all going to have to give them some extra money. Y'all going to have to bump up it's going to have to be something. If something happened to them, their bills is taken care of, something. Something. And for real, like outside, I'm not talking about like home health care and shit like that, even though that count too. But if you a doctor or a nurse in the hospital, how many of them you know part-time? You there every day for extended hours around this shit. If you can't get them the shit they need, and where is the people? Who do y'all got research? Everybody that y'all, all hands on deck. Anybody that's a researcher should be trying to research this shit right now and figuring out a way that you can get test results in faster than 8 hours. Some of the symptoms and shit is some kind of something that y'all know that y'all could get, that you can rule it out immediately, that shit should be ready in about 2 hours. When I had to go get my CAT scan on my neck, and they was like, well, you got to get blood work first because the dye and it's like something that's going to go all the way through your kidneys. We got to make sure that it progresses. That test was done in 20 minutes. I know it's not exactly the same, but it's got to be some shit that y'all can speed something up. It's got to be one key thing or a couple things that you could be like, okay, this test might only take about an hour or 2 hours and we can rule this out because this ain't here. Well, Siobhan, I'm sorry. Home health care is different. I'm talking about like the doctors and stuff that home health care generally is not that it's not still a risk, but it's not people coming right in your face. They got to exclusively coming there because they got the shit or they think they got the shit. Home health care, I think, should be on a case-by-case basis because everybody that has home health care is not as necessarily bad off as other people that get home health care. Some of these people can actually walk and do for themselves. For them people, home health care need to be suspended. It need to be on a case-by-case basis. If you have a child or a relative that's in the area, well, I'm sorry, you're going to have to do this for a while. Because now some people that actually really, really need it. Perfect example was my dad. There was supposed to be somebody coming to do physical therapy for him at home. Now, he wasn't feeling well enough up to it to do it. But shit, you already called out this many times because you don't feel good. I'm not coming back till this shit is over. You can sign back up for physical therapy. I can give you some exercises. Your wife is there. She can, it could be a more limited thing because there's nobody there to lift you and stuff like that. But there's shit that you can do while you in the bed to help you move stuff around. It should be, Izzy. It should be that way. Now, delicately blessed, that's gonna kind of have to be a necessity though. Like, for example, this ain't even across state lines, but my mom told me the paramedics that came to get my dad. Now, I want y'all to understand the reason why she called the paramedics is because my dad, he can walk a little bit, but he can't get down the stairs and stuff on his own, or else she could have took him. But he's not as heavy as what he was, but she can't do it herself to get him down the stairs and can't risk trying him falling because she ain't gonna be able to get him back up and stuff like that. So she called the paramedics because he's heavy. He lost lots and lots and lots of weight, but he's still a big guy. He was muscular before he got all these problems and got big. He was a big guy anyway. He was a big muscular dude. And you don't just lose all that, even though he ain't doing nothing. His arms and shit is still built like motherfucker. And he ain't been doing shit because he just built it for so long. It's just still there. He's just a big guy. And the paramedics that came was from Akron. They were here helping out. They didn't drive from Akron. But it wasn't enough ambulances for somebody to come get them. So it's some ambulances that's here from Akron because I guess Akron is a little better than we is. Oh, Siobhan. See, that's always stuff like that. Now that I'm a little bit older, I always wonder why my mom worked at a factory. And don't get me wrong. Again, for this area, them factory jobs, my mom made money at General Electric. You hear me? My mother make more money on her retirement that she get every month than I make working full time for a factory, because as stuff started happening and they got to try to ship jobs overseas and all this shit and cutting people's money because it's cheaper to make the shit overseas. Perfect example is I work the same exact job as my sister, and she make at least $5 more an hour than I do for the same job, if not more. And when it was actually Packard Electric, which was owned by GM, she could have took a buyout. She didn't want to start all over again with her. She didn't want to start all over again with her seniority. Her husband worked there too, so he took the buyout. He was going to go back and finish college because he only had a semester. She stayed, and she took a 40% pay cut then. So just imagine if she would have took that 40% pay cut, she would be making twice as much as I make, if not more, which is where she started at. One thing I do think, me and my mom were talking about that, because me and my mom are very, very union minded. My mother was a union representative. I was too. I'm not one for this company, but when I worked for AT&T, I was a union representative. I took after my mom with that, with like the union and the political. We were just like, I'm always the person. It's not, when I complain about something, it's usually not, well, what about me? It's usually about, what about everybody else? My mom is very much the same way. Excuse me. And I lost my train of thought. I hate when I do that. Oh, the point I was making with this is, we were talking and we were like, well, at least with all of this going on, maybe just maybe, especially after the 3M Corporation was like, no, China was the highest bidder, and we sending our mask over there, and then Trump was mad, but this is your America, and this is how you got shit set up. So don't be mad because you did the same shit. Maybe, just maybe, this will be what brings some jobs back to America, because you can't afford some shit like this to happen again, and then you can't get your product because it's over fucking seas somewhere. Maybe, just maybe, that helps with that. Well, Siobhan, if it makes you feel any better, for our little system, because I don't know exactly how it works, because I don't know anything about the healthcare business. I know nothing of it. I don't know anybody that works in it outside of being a home healthcare aide. I don't know very much about it at all. What I will tell you is this: Mercy Health. Now, Mercy Health is the privately owned, who own all our hospitals, all our urgent cares, all this shit around here, is Mercy Health. It's who I have to go through for my insurance and everything. Mercy Health just laid off motherfuckers. Administrative. Of course, none of the doctors and the nurses, but the people that like do the paperwork and the financial aid and all that shit, they just laid off a bunch of those. Now, one thing I do need to wake up and do tomorrow morning is, because you ain't got to go to the food stamp office to get food stamps. So I'm damn sure about to go apply for them. Run me that. I should have been had them. I was on sick leave. I got to pay my rent. My rent is almost all my sick leave, but y'all don't know. I mean, they don't know how to use YouTube and shit like that. And YouTube ain't reliable income either. Because guess what? RuPaul's Drag Race just came on. This is when I make the most money on YouTube. It's when I get the most views. Other than that, I make my Patreon money per month, and maybe every 2 to 3 months I'll get a Google payout. During Drag Race, I usually get both. When I first went on sick leave and I was talking about my story, I got a lot of money, but it wasn't for me. It was like me just saying like, they fucking around with my sick leave, this and this and this, and you guys were just gracious and understand the concern. And I was making enough money off of YouTube that I was like, well, at least my rent ain't got to be late. I can pay my rent. I may can only pay the past due part of my internet, but my internet ain't gonna be cut off. Very helpful. When I ran into my little legal trouble in November, y'all helped tremendous with that. I couldn't get my car out of tow without y'all. These are all real facts. And I do what I'm supposed to do and say, hey, you can support the Patreon. You can do this. You can do that. But in this, with this going on, like, I say it because it's habit. But if I remember not to say it, I won't say it at all. The one day I was really upset about this because the camera ran out and I had to cut the video, which I think that was not the episode I just did, but last week's episode where it wasn't no keep it greasy deuces, because I was actually making this statement, trying to hurry up and get it in when I did see the camera blinking, but the way it went, I had to cut it right there because the whole rest of the statement made no sense. And I was saying, you know, we're all here. We love the drag. We love the drag race. Please keep in mind the people that are entertainers, but not like super celebrities. Your non-Rue girls. Your people that literally are full-time drag queens and work 5 nights out the week at different bars. Your bartenders that do the same thing, and that's their income. And what I was gonna say was, if you have it to give to them, give it to them. If you got a little extra money this week. But my camera cut off, and I was mid-sentence, and because I got like halfway through it and never got a chance to actually, on the recording, it didn't say tip them. It made no sense. So I had to cut it up. Oop, my camera is blinking. Hell yeah. Now, there's a guy. I would say he was a good friend. I'll say he was a good childhood friend because we lost contact. However, we graduated the same year, but from different schools, and our mothers graduated from high school together. They're still really, really close. That's why I was friends with him. But he did real well for himself, and he's, the last I heard, I don't know who he is a buyer for now, but he went on to be a buyer, and he works in New York, and he all big time, lost all this weight, openly gay now, all that good shit. Good for him. Good for him. But he made bank, and still his mother had to send him masks. His mother had to send him masks, and what was it? She had to send him masks, cold medicine, because they just said in New York everything, it was wiped out. It was wiped out. He couldn't get it from nowhere. So she had to send him like cold and flu medication, Tylenol, Advil. Is he single? You know what? I don't know, because I literally have not talked to him probably for, how old am I? 42. So he would be 43. The last time I probably talked to him in real life, if I'm being honest, it was probably about 23 years old. The whole way while he was in college, we were still in contact, and we still hung out and stuff like that. But people want different things in life, and I think that, especially because this does happen, especially because he was not out here, he was not saying that he was gay. I always had an inkling that he was, just because of the things that we had in common personally. TNT used to do this thing where it was it would have like a musical sing-along like every like 3 or 4 months. And we loved that shit. And he was like a theater kid too, but he didn't really act. And all this stuff. We were close because our moms were close. But he was always just like real feminine to me. So when my mom was just like, oh my God, Randy is gay, and I was just like, fucking duh. Who do you think was spending all the fucking time with him? And why do you think we were so close? We had the same shit in common. Like literally, like we loved all that like show choir shit and musicals and all that shit. We loved that shit. We loved that shit. And my dad not just been so goddamn strict because I graduated high school a month after turning 17, and would have maybe even let me go to another school. I think if I would have went to the same school he went to, because he went to Ohio University, I think he'd have been okay, but that ain't where I was trying to go. I was trying to get the fuck up out of Ohio. I was trying to go to fucking Bethune-Cookman. I only applied for 2 schools, Bethune-Cookman and Youngstown State University, and that was it. And got into Bethune-Cookman and couldn't go. Because I went on like all these historically black colleges. Like, again, I don't know if y'all ever heard this story where I said my dad was like, you ain't going to a nigga college because they ain't going to take you seriously. But because I was always the acceptable Negro and was always the black kid that went to the white school on racial balance transfer or gifted programs or all this shit, again, I'm going to just say that again. I was 17 for a month when I graduated. All this stuff. And at first, when I was younger, I was like bullied and shit like that. I was a little chunky kid that wore glasses that was almost 2 years younger than everybody else. Yeah, I got bullied a little bit. Till I went to the gifted program full of motherfuckers that got bullied because we was all that goddamn smart and a little bit that nerdy. But let me say this real quick. Folks, if y'all got kids, if y'all don't got kids, if your kid is nerdy or slow, you do not have to dress them like they were nerdy or slow. Because as I got older, I realized the kids were not picking on me because I was nerdy. They was picking on me because I had better clothes than them. Again, we lived in the hood. But my mom had an excellent job and my dad worked 2 jobs. We wasn't balling out of control, but I didn't grow up on like food stamps or no shit like that neither. And for whatever reason, like me and my sister were talking about this the other day, we didn't realize that we was as broke as what we was. My dad used to work at the steel mill and got laid off. So for a long time, even though he was working 2 other jobs, they would be like minimum wage. My mom was having the money, but when you got 2 kids, both of which need glasses, both of which are in dance school. This one is older, so now she going to dances and shit and this, while this one is in dance school and needs special programs and shit like that because, surprise, surprise, they just told you she was gifted. So you can't just let her sit. She got to be in other stuff because teachers is telling you she got to be in other stuff. This child is gifted too. Not the brainiac way that this one was, but this one is talented because she's a dancer and she's a singer. And you're trying to do the best you can for your 2 kids, but your husband is working 2 minimum wage jobs because he got laid off from his good job from the steel mill, but your job is good and you're the primary breadwinner. Shit you don't think about when you're a kid. Shit that you don't even realize when you're a kid. So, but still, growing up on the south side of Youngstown, still had more money than everybody else in my class. Didn't understand that. Did not understand that there was a program. What's up, Rolling in Style? Didn't understand. There was a program here in Ohio with Ohio State University when I was a kid. And it was for like 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, which that's when I was in the gift program, was 5th, 6th grade, but it should have been my 4th grade year, but I had already been doing work in two grades. I got skipped up to 5th, thanks to my dad. Because when which was the most involved he ever was, because they was going to just go ahead and put me straight in the 4th. And he talked to them and was like, okay, I understand you said she's in the 4th grade, but quite literally in her schools, she's been doing work from both grades. And last year, the only thing that she had in the 3rd grade was spelling. She pretty much already did the 4th grade. Now, and then went on and did the no, not when I went to the gift program. I was always in the spelling bee at the other school because I was doing the work from the higher class. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but you keep giving me spelling over here. But that's neither here nor there. There was a program called the Young Scholars Program. And the Young Scholars Program said, okay, you're in the 5th or 6th grade. It wasn't the 4th. I take that back. It was the 5th or 6th grade. And you were inner city youth and your income was below a certain level. Now, of course, I'm in a gifted program. As you had to have a certain grade point average. So, of course, in the gifted program, everybody got that grade point average. We the smart kids. And I will never forget. Me and my mom just talked about this a couple days ago. I will never forget because my cousin was in it. My cousin was in it and then fucking dropped out of high school to follow her fucking floozy friends. And I'm still so upset with her about that to this day. Because she was smart. And talented, can draw her ass off. But it was me, my friend Selena Hughes. Was her last name Hughes? No, Selena Hughes is somebody else. What's Selena's last name? I can't remember. My friend Selena and one other black kid. And everybody else was in the thing for Young Scholars. And you know, as a kid, you're just looking at like, well, why is we the black kids today? What the fuck you mean? Why we out the room? What the fuck we do? Because we think we did something wrong. All the other black kids is in this little meeting And we out here, what the hell do we do? Well, we didn't qualify for the Young Scholars Program because our parents made too much money. And at that age, that rocked me to the fucking core because even that young, I wanted to go to Ohio State. I wanted to go to Ohio State all the way up until I went to the Black College store and seen Bethune-Cookman and like found out who Dr. Bethune was and all that. And then I just like loved what that stood for. But all the way up until I went to that college store my senior year, I wanted to go to Ohio State. From the third grade, I wanted to go to Ohio State. So I would have had the opportunity, if I would have kept my grades up, y'all was going to give me a full fucking ride. And I don't qualify for it because my parents make too much money. Well, goddamn it, they didn't make enough to send me to fucking Ohio State to begin with. I promise you that. And they were saving money for me to go to school and didn't have enough money for me to go to fucking Ohio State. Well, listen, I don't go by the fucking CDC. 2:00 wine with DeWine. I'm going by what Dr. Acton and Governor DeWine is saying. And they said they are not implementing everybody to wear cloth face masks, but it is encouraged. But you didn't have to tell me that because I was rocking bandanas every time I went out any goddamn way. I have on a bandana over my face when I was taking my garbage out downstairs. I literally, this is the truth. On God. When I go downstairs, when I know I got to take my garbage out or go get more water. Because my water, I'm almost out of that too. I'm about to have to boil some. Because I had all these gallons of water in the trunk of my car. I would wash my hands, put the bandana on, wash my hands again, grab my garbage, grab a Clorox wipe, open my door, lock my door back, because I don't want, if it's airborne, I don't want just floating on in my goddamn door. Lock my door back, go downstairs, take it over to where the garbage goes, because it's just like a big dumpster for everybody. Throw that in there, go to my car, open my car door with the Clorox wipe. Go in the trunk, try as best as I can to open the trunk with the Clorox wipe. It's supposed to only last on plastic for 3 days. That water been in there for 2 weeks. So we already good. I bring the water upstairs. I open the door. I wipe the doorknob off as I'm open. Once I open it, I wipe where the lock is at. I come in, I lock the deadbolts back, wipe them down with the Clorox wipe. Come in, drop that, wipe the handles of the water off, or whatever I'm bringing up because I brought bleach up today. Wipe the handles of that off. Throw that in the trash. Wash my hands. Untie my bandana. Wash my hands again, and quite more often than not, pee and wash my hands again. Who is Joe? Oh, Joe. Y'all want to talk about the tiger? Child, the tiger. If you really looked at that story, all them motherfuckers was sexual predators. For real, for real. They was all, if we gonna be mad at Sherry Pie, be mad at every single motherfucker that had tigers on that goddamn show, with the exception of fucking Scarface. Scarface was the only one that was like, well, I don't need these tigers to get pussy. I got money. I just like the animals. Which for him, don't get me wrong, I believe you have all them animals because you like animals. But I believe because you and your father was like the biggest dope boys like that, that represent money. That's why that's whose person's and that's why that's the person that was the basis for Scarface. Animals had the nicest shit and was the best taken care of. And he had all kind of animals. He ain't even just have all big cats. He had all kind of animals. He basically had his own zoo. He had the nicest goddamn habitat too. He had the nicest habitat, and his animals was taken care of the best because it wasn't for public consumption. That was his shit. He wasn't trying to make money off of his animals. That was his shit, because that was his status symbol that he had all them animals like that. That wasn't for the public to see. That was for, you about to make this big drug deal. Let me show you how I got it. I got the tigers. I got this, and this, and this, and this. This how we do it in this bitch. I'm doing it big. Nothing different than any other dope boy do. He just had it to the level of that your floss had to be different. Your floss can't be, I got the flies clothes and the flies cars. Your floss was, I got so much money, I got a zoo in my backyard. Well taken care of. He wasn't trying to make money off of it. He was trying to show off that he had money with it. The rest of them, listen, let me find this for y'all. Because it's this girl. I didn't subscribe to her yet, but she's a Latinx girl. She's a Latina. I don't want to claim to say. I honestly, I do think she's Puerto Rican, just because I grew up with Puerto Ricans, and that's what I hear. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that I know that. But I grew up with Puerto Ricans, so like, to me, her affectation, because she don't really have an accent per se, but her affectation to me sounds Puerto Rican. But I'm not gonna claim who she is. So she's a Latina, and she has this video about like breaking down the Carol Baskins shit. Y'all, Carol Baskins was a hooker. When she got her rich ass husband, she was on the whole stroll. Which, if you're 15 years old, what else do you fucking do? But, and you kicked out the house, what else do you fucking do? I mean, honestly, you marry a dude, you trying to leave him, you need money. What else do you fucking do? But I'm like, oh, how do I find it? How do I find this? Because I watched her shit, and she did like all this research, and it was so good. I gotta try to find her. I've been watching so much YouTube, I don't even know. Okay, Gray, that's her name, Gray Area. That's her YouTube. Is Gray Area, GRAY area. And this is the kind of shit she do. She kind of do that, and she kind of do like that same like investigative. You know how like there's your video essays, your investigative kind of like journalism type shit. Like she do like that, like breaking down the theories and shit like that. But she do it in a way like, imagine if I had a channel like that. That's her. Like, she just gonna keep it all the way a buck with you. She gonna talk to you in plain language. She ain't gonna be like trying. She ain't really like writing no script. I mean, she got edits, you know, so like everything sound good and she be editing it, but you could tell like she ain't writing no script. She almost like just got notes, like talk about this, and she just talking to you plain like this, and like, girl, really though, really, girl, like, she dope. She's dope. Hey, Catherine. Catherine, I love you, sis. I really, really fucking do. I love you like my own dirty draws. I fucking love you. Why do you always come in and ask some shit that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about? Every fucking time. Do I believe Ellen? I ain't even fucking heard no shit about this. We talking about the Tiger King and the coronavirus tiger. She come in talking about Ellen goddamn DeGeneres. I love you, but you do that shit all the time. Like, stop the tape. Let's just talk about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. You don't even wait till it be a dead spot or nothing. What is this? But do I believe Ellen DeGeneres is a bitch? I believe most people with money and power can be bitches or assholes because they have the money to get shit done the way they want it to get done. Do I feel like that's necessarily their character and not just the way they gotta be to do business? I think some people, like, I'm like, Who's saying that she a bitch in real life? Because sometimes people will say, oh, this person is a dick. Why? Because you don't know what the fuck else was on their mind, and you stopped them on the street and asked for a picture, and they told you no. You don't know where the fuck they was on their way to. Them people got obligations in business and shit. You shouldn't just be stopping somebody on the street and asking them for a picture anyway. That's why they got meet and greets and shit. Some people are dicks, but I'm inclined to think somebody that, like Oprah or Ellen or those type of people that like genuinely be like, okay, let's get this story and we're going to get this stuff done for these people to help them. They don't seem like they just for clout or press. Some people, it seems like it's real obvious, like, okay, you just doing that because. Perfect example, RuPaul. Oh, we're going to get $5,000 into the Trevor Project out your own pocket. You just doing that shit because Sherry Pie got caught being a goddamn creep. Also, before I go to the bathroom, I hope I don't pee on myself while I say this. Also, do you ever notice how many times when it's a woman that got power like that, oh, they're a bitch? We gotta be fair now. And also, with that being said, well, let's get somebody to do an expose on an Oprah or Ellen the way they just did Joe Exotic, or the way they just did, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you the truth. And if you watched the Tiger King documentary series, I almost turned around and watched it again. If you watched the Tiger King documentary, even though I think Joe Exotic was a fame-hungry whore and a greedy dick pig that used drugs and people in poor situations to get some goddamn trade, I still think that he was the most genuine out of all of the goddamn people. The rest of them, he was the one that seemed like he was the least bit of a scumbag. Except for real life Scarface. But he was only on one episode. But like the main players, like Doc, to me, Joe Exotic was just a catty bitch. To me, just a catty bitch that did what he did. I'm like, he just loved to trade. And you also have to understand this too. You have to understand the certain psychology. A throuple does not work for everybody. But guess what? If I'm this straight dude that I'm being fully taken care of, I like drugs. I'm getting all the drugs I want. I'm a little bit of a celebrity. Because if you're a drug addict, your main shit is to get high. Let's be perfectly honest. He definitely wasn't the fucking bottom. Neither one of them were. Y'all wasn't the bottoms. But you don't know how destitute people is. Them people ain't had no money. Ain't nobody to work for fucking Joe had no money. They was in dire straits. Every single fucking one of them was. But I got a job where I can kick it. We're not talking about any of us. But I know them people that are, I know people that go from man to man because they can't take care of themselves and they don't want to work a real job and shit like that. And they want to get high and kick it. It's motherfuckers. I know plenty of motherfuckers that do that shit. I don't know none that went gay for play or gay for pay. I don't know none of them. I mean, but how far are you willing to go to be taken care of if you don't really want to work all like that? Or I get taken care of. I'm a semi-celebrity and I love animals and I get to be the big dog because I play with tigers all day. And I get as high as I want. I ain't got to pay for shit. If your main priority is to get high, it's the same way that you do realize that most sex workers usually are queer. Because if I am a lesbian and I'm a stripper or I'm a prostitute, I don't have no connection to you because this ain't even really what I like. This is my job. But I can have a girlfriend and I can sleep with her. And it's different. It's a clear separation. And it's the same way for men too. It's the same way for men too. It's such an easy separation because they're queer. I like women, so if I fuck a dude, I ain't emotionally attached. It's just my job. Oh, and we just talking about the Tiger King right now. Now the dude that was grooming fucking girls, well, it didn't take for the girl to come on there to say they forced her to have implants and all that shit for me to know I was grooming girls, that he was grooming girls. Because unless you were raised to be Mormon, don't get me wrong, thruples and polygamy and shit work for some people. It works for some people. I don't knock nobody's hustle. But when everybody that you date, you meet under the age of 20, that looks suspect. Oh, we look at it as grooming because they're underage. You don't know who the fuck you are at 19 either. You don't know who the fuck you are at 18 or 19 either. And when everybody that you fuck with is young, whether they over 18 or not, but they barely fucking legal, you indoctrinate people. Even though it's not an actual cult, but you changing their names and you picking their clothes and shit like that. And I believe that because if I play with tigers for a reason, I'm certainly not going to have on a fucking cat suit or little short shorts where something with claws can scratch me. I'm going to have on a fucking jogging suit. Oh, it's the South. Okay, well then I might have on like leggings, a lightweight hoodie. I play with fucking animals. I'm in the dirt all goddamn day. Why am I trying to be sexy? Don't make no sense to me. How about y'all? Then the one that's talking about I got to pick the nanny and we sleep with people together. And as soon as she had this baby, she right back in the gym and she just sitting there because she way younger than him. Y'all some slime balls. Let me say this. Do I believe a young girl can be in love with an older man or vice versa and it be genuine? I absolutely do. But the way these people were portrayed, and again, same thing that I said about Drag Race, about Fifi O'Hara, and so on and so on and so forth. If you don't say it, you can't be portrayed that way. let's go to Vegas and just have threesomes. And maybe that girl is down with that. Maybe she is bisexual, and maybe she is sexually curious like that. Maybe she do love that. I'm not saying that part was the indoctrination. What I am saying is, oh, you can have a nanny. What the fuck you need a nanny for? You having one baby, it's two of y'all. What you need a nanny for? Because y'all want to pick somebody else that y'all can have fucking threesomes with and try to have a fucking throuple. And as soon as she had this baby, she back in the gym. Trust me, as a woman, no woman wants to have a baby and don't go back to the way she looked. Even if you wasn't that fucking fit in the first place, you don't still want to be all stretched out. Oh, you would have to. What happens? But you don't think they do that shit in zoos too? That's the thing. It's so many. It's tigers are an endangered species, and most of them are caged. Breed them little motherfuckers instead of trying to sell them. Breed them little motherfuckers. And send them into the wild. Because if they in the wild, their instincts is gonna kick in. You need them Joe Exotics and them fucking Carol Baskins. Breed them little motherfuckers and send them out in the wild. Or how about this? You got Big Cat Rescue. Why are you in Florida and not in Africa or India, where the motherfuckers is actually really fucking from? But also too, America. Because quite honestly, why the fuck do you want a tiger cub? Why? Because everybody want to pretend to be somebody they not. You know what? Fuck you. I ain't the richest person in the world, but as long as I can, for the most part, do what I want to do, I'm all good. It's not that I want to have Gucci and Versace. It's the shit that I like. I do it all the time on eBay. I'm like, I might put in, I need a pink shoe, and just scroll down. Don't look at the price. Just look at the pictures. Every goddamn time, I'm gonna pick the Giuseppe. I'm gonna pick the Gucci. I just have good taste. But at the same time, what the fuck am I gonna do with a Gucci shoe in Youngstown, Ohio? For fucking what? I can have bootleg Gucci with nobody know the fucking difference. And nobody got money like that. Or I can have some shit that look like Billie Eilish's shit that's actual Gucci and look like it's bootleg any fucking way. What's the fucking point? I've always been the person that said if I had money, I would be more like Cardi B. If I had money, I wouldn't be worried about no Gucci and no Louis Vuitton. I want some custom shit. I would have a motherfucking seamstress on my payroll, a badass one. I don't need never. If I gotta hit a red carpet, I ain't never gotta have on Gucci, Versace, none of that shit. I would have on my payroll a seamstress, a shoemaker, and a haberdasher. My shit would be custom every time. Every time. If I had that kind of money, all my shit would be custom. My wigs would be custom. If I had that kind of money, why am I fucking paying for Gucci and Versace and advertising y'all when I could put my own fucking people on? I would have a wig maker / hairstylist, whatever. A wig maker / hairstylist. I would have a fucking seamstress, a haberdasher, because y'all know I love a good hat. A haberdasher, and a cobbler to make shoes. Are you kidding me? You want me to spend money on Gucci when I can put somebody else on and get exactly what I want? This fly. But let me tell you what I would like for my body type, and that's a whole other thing too. Cause if y'all want me to wear Gucci on the goddamn red carpet, y'all gonna have to custom make it because y'all don't even make my fucking size. Y'all 14 is a European 14. If y'all even go that fucking high for couture. I would have a fucking badass seamstress. I would have a badass haberdasher. I would have a badass cobbler. Only thing designer I would have was a fucking purse. And guess what? If you got a badass seamstress, you got somebody to make your purse too. Flat out. If you got a badass seamstress, you got somebody to make your purse too. Money don't make you have style. You can have style with no money in your pocket. You can go to the thrift store and have fucking style. You don't need money to have style. You still got to be able to pick what's cute and look good. I like my sense of style. I don't need no help with that. I don't need the stylist, none of that shit. I'm good. I like the shit that I fucking wear. I'm big girl sexy, and I've been big girl sexy with some fly shit on for a long ass fucking time. I know what I like. I don't need to go to fucking Gucci to fucking get that shit. But if I had money like that, that's what I would do. I would have a wig maker / hairstylist. I would have the best of all that. A badass wig maker / hairstylist, a badass seamstress / designer, a badass cobbler, and a badass haberdasher. You would never, I would be walking the red carpet like this bitch don't never wear designer. No, I got my own motherfucking designers. I'm gonna put them on to fucking blow up. Oh, fuck, Carol. Oh, cause now Carol's a motherfucking fraud too. Which, by the way, a millionaire with horrible fucking style. I'm all here for, listen, I'm going for her closet and was like, everything I got is animal print. I ain't mad at you. You the cat lady. You the cat lady. But you worth millions. This what you get? I got better cat print shit than what you get. And yes, I understand she might be a little bit older. Some of her blouses, I got blousey motherfucking cat print shit too to look better than what she had on. The entire goddamn top I got on right now is a swimsuit cover. Look better than anything she fucking had on. And it's a fucking swimsuit cover. I didn't know that when I bought it. And when I got it home and put it on, I was like, this is a fucking swimsuit cover. I got to feel now it's on how long it is, the swimsuit cover. I got better animal print shit than you do. Look, these are shoes right now. Spoiler alert, special look. I've had these shoes for a while too. This is a pony fur, leopard print, Gianni beanie, which is from Dillard's. Pay attention. Gianni beanie, T-strap pump. Red patent leather and pony fur that's fashioned into leather into leopard, but it's actually pony fur. And guess what? This was a $200 shoe, and when I bought it was $30 because it was on clearance. And I mean, if I'm worth fucking $7 million or however many millions I'm fucking worth, and all my shit gonna be cat print, I'm gonna have the best cat print shit I got that they fucking make. Cause guess what? I got a whole lot of animal print shit too, Carol. And it ain't because I love animals all like that. I just love animal print because animal print is what? Afrocentric. Because most of like the big cats and the giraffes and the tigers and the lions and the leopards and shit are in fucking Africa. I like animal print zebra. I like animal print because it's black. Because as much as I'll tell y'all 1,000 times a goddamn day, I like solid colors. I really don't like prints. I got a whole lot of animal print, don't I? Your dad was a cobbler for real, Rick? Really? Honestly? Well, this is the thing. The way it was hanging in the store, and this is a large, by the way. You know, I'm an extra large girl. This is a large, by the way. When I seen it in the store, and I don't swim. I'm in Ohio. Like, it ain't beaches and shit like this. When it was hanging on the hanger, it just looked like it was like this shark bite top. And when I bought it, I was like very into like the shark bite look, because in the summertime, you don't always want to have on a foundation garment. So I like the shark bite look. I also have been getting really into like the fit and flare dresses, because I don't have to wear a foundation garment with those, because all my stomach is at the bottom. So if I can get a fit and flare or like a shark bite shirt or something like that, I might not necessarily wear a foundation garment, because this is during my transition from my 30s to my 40s, where like I'm not losing weight the same, and I'm did switch jobs, and I'm in the office all the time now and all this stuff, where this ain't as tight even with a foundation garment on. So, and you don't always really have one on. If you're trying to go to somebody's cookout or party in the summertime, you don't want to have on an extra fucking layer and have on a foundation garment. It's hot. So I got very, very into like this shark bite silhouette, and very, very into this fit and flare silhouette. So I didn't have to wear a foundation garment, because my gut, like even right here, where you usually have like the 8-pack, I still have the 2 right here. I've always had the 2 right here. But my waist is also all the way up here too. So I've always had this 2-pack. But down here is where like my weight carries at. So my gut is big down here. And when I bought it from the store, you know, Gabriel Brothers, which is like a discount store, it's the thrift store without any of the clothes being used, basically. So I had actually seen it in leopard, and then I seen it in tiger stripe, and this is during the whole Riverdale first came out. And I was like, well, I got so much leopard already. Let me see if I can find this tiger in a large, because I'd already like lifted it up and seen it was like kind of big. It wasn't until I went to try to put it on that I realized it was a swimsuit cover. Because, you know, sometimes you in the store, especially if it's something like a thrift, because Gabriel's is like a discount store. So it's literally like a Ross Dress for Less or something like that, but even cheaper. It's like, it might be overstock. It might be irregular, stuff like that. So when I picked it up, I just was like, okay, I found it in a large, because I just could see it like on the rack. I never like picked it up and looked at it. I just put it in. Okay, I found it in tiger stripe in a large, threw it in the bag, threw it in the cart, bought it and everything. I went to go wear it for an episode of Riverdale, and I was like, this is a fucking swimsuit cover. And I didn't even know it was as long as what it was. And that was, I mean, the material is already swimsuit cover, because it's like swimsuit fabric anyway. But when I put it on and seeing how long it was, I was like, damn, this damn near a drawer. I'm like, oh shit, it's got pockets. You know, it's got like these little pockets on the side. I'm like, oh shit, this is a swimsuit cover. But the way it was hanging on the thing, I really honestly thought it was a shark bite shirt, and I thought this part was like down like this. Because the way it was hanging on the hanger, I thought it was like this. I thought it was like down like this, because y'all know I like my cleavage. I thought it was like the way it was hanging on the hanger. I thought it was like made like this, and it was just a shark bite shirt. I didn't realize until I actually put it on. I was like, this is a fucking swimsuit cover. But fuck, I paid $5.99 for it, and I own it now. It's all good. Thank you, 32 Rojo. Your dad was a cobbler for real? That's fucking amazing. Like, see, like trades like that are lost arts to me. Like the cobbler and the haberdasher. Like, those are lost arts to me. The person that does fucking like for real alterations, and fucking all that shit. That's a lost art, man. I wish, and this is the truth, from the very first time that I ever seen Dita Von Teese, I always wish I could be that Jackie Cox, that Dita Von Teese, that only dressed in period shit. Because up till the 70s, shit was tailored and it was fucking right. Everything was tailored perfectly and you was fly. It was gloves, hats, jewelry, everything matched. Haberdashery. First of all, I my sister really is just now, she's still, even in the church, ain't into hats the way I always was. Like, I always thought, even as a little girl, by the time I got to this age, you know, that waiting to exhale moment, like, I knew I was going to be the lady in church with the hat because my mother is a hat person and so is my father. Which is why, even if it's not a hat, why so many times in drag, it's always something big on my head, whether it's a flower, it's a bow, it's a fascinator or something, because I got that honest. I was telling my mom when I cleaned out my closet, I was actually telling my dad this too. Matter of fact, no, I wasn't telling my mom this. It was my dad that I told this. I said, Dad, my baseball hat collection is probably bigger than any man's you know. Any actual man you know, I guarantee you my baseball hat collection is bigger. Guarantee it. I guarantee it because I took up to my dad's big ass head. So it's hard for me to just go and say, oh, here's this hat that's just in the store that's supposed to be like a generic size from like a Target or somewhere like that. And it actually fit my head because A, my hat is big. B, I have not had a relaxer in my hair for, if I'm not mistaken, 17 years. And if your hair is not relaxed or flat iron, your hair takes up more space. So I have hats that are female hats that if I even wanted to wear them, I would have to flat iron my hair. I can't even wear it with my natural hair. I have not only baseball hats like that, like I have actual like women's ladies hats that if I don't flat iron my hair, I can't fit it because my natural curl takes up too much space. Yeah, but everybody knew how to sew back then too. Melancholy and hi, welcome back. Oh, Rick, that's unfortunate. But then again, do you look at what some of these cheap shoes is like now? Like, this was my thing. And this is something that I got from my mom. I would rather like try to get a shoe on sale because dealers used to have like bomb ass sales. I would rather try to get a good shoe on sale, $100 shoe, $150 shoe, a $200 shoe, $180 boot, something like that on sale. I would rather try to get something that lasts because you get these cheap shoes and they might be cute and they might match your outfit for the moment, but they don't last. If I put my money into anything, it's dress shoes. If I put my money into anything, it's dress shoes because you can't fake a good quality shoe. You can't fake one. Unfortunately for me, since I've had all these health issues and I've always worn like a higher heel, some of the shoes I just can't wear anymore, even though I may have only worn them a couple times because the one thing, and I'm sure Rick can say that because his dad was a cobbler, you can't fake a good shoe. You can't fake one. So I would rather, some of these shoes I be wearing for these drag race reviews, Some of these shoes are like 15 years old and y'all can't even fucking tell. Not only in the picture, I could do this on the camera and do it and y'all wouldn't know they was 15 years old. Because it might not be a shoe that I would wear every day, but the cut of the shoe is classic. And it's just a good fucking shoe. It don't get beat up after I wear it 3 times because the fabric is right. It's made right. It's a good shoe. I would rather have a fucking $200 dress shoe than a pair of Jordans any day. Because I might wear that $200 shoe, and if it's the right shoe and it's a statement piece and it hit right, I might can wear that $200 shoe for 20 years because I ain't going to wear it all the time. Now, some of y'all can say that for a Jordan, but I am a woman of a certain age. And when I go places that I would get that dressed up, I'm not going to put on a Jordan. What I am going to put on is a dress shoe. What I am is going to put on a good, classic, sturdy, actual leather, actual suede, actual patent leather shoe. That's what I'm going to wear. I'm not going to go somewhere that I need to go somewhere and be really dressed up and elegant, like to somebody's debutante ball or something like that with a goddamn Fashion Nova shoe on at 41 years old. I'm not going to do that. Or 42, or the much older I get. I'm going to have on a good shoe. You don't want a shoe, especially when you have some weight on you. You don't want a shoe that you walk and the strap fucking break. You want a well-made, good shoe. We have one, Rick, and honestly, swear to God, I don't even know if it's still there. I used to go there to get zippers replaced. Because I have a pair of polo riding boots, like my really, really good shoes. Some of my better purses. Because my mom always did that. Well, you know, because like I said, again, your dad is a cobbler, so you understand like that was kind of like a generational thing. So some of my better stuff that I had, I might go get like the zipper replaced with the heel like put back in. But my God, I don't even know if that place is still there because I probably haven't gotten one done in like 10 years. And me and my mom were the same shoe size, so sometimes it would be my mom had gotten to an age where she was like, I'm never going to wear this heel again because she has herniated disc in her back. I'm never going to wear this heel again. Is it too short for you? And I'm like, at the time, yeah, now, no. And I would be like, well, yeah. I'm like, but it's such a good shoe and it's still such in good shape that I'll go ahead and pay to get it fixed because, you know, even though the high hooker heel was in style for a while, and honey, trust me, if my shoe wasn't 4.5 inches, I didn't fucking want it. Still off before I even get all the pictures fucking taken. Like one of these pictures better be good because I ain't putting this fucking shoe back on. But there would be like a couple. Like my mom, I got a couple pair of shoes for my mom. They're like really good, really high quality shoes. That the heel is too high for her. That is just now high enough for me and not too short. One of which, no, these were always mine. These leopard ones with the red, those leopard ones with the red, this Gianni beanie were always mine. Those that got reduced so low because they was pony fur but an open toe. And again, we live in Ohio. When I bought those 15 years ago, the weather wasn't as erratic as what it was, so you probably weren't gonna get to wear an open toe pony fur, except for every once in a while. Now the seasons are a little bit. I'm like, well, shit. It just now hit fucking 50 degrees today. I was going somewhere, I could have wore them today. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's pony fur, but it's only 50 degrees outside. Like it's that in between fall and spring. But I have this amazing pair of red shoes with rhinestones on them. I think I wore them for the Purge episode because she had just gave them to me. I have a good pair of shoes from my mom, but my mom has always been the quality shoe person. And she was never heavy, but she was just always like, you cannot skimp on a shoe. You have to have a quality shoe, especially a shoe, even if you only have one excellent pair of black pumps. You can't skimp on a good shoe because a cheap shoe will fall apart on you. And she's not wrong. That's something that just always stuck with me. You can't have on a cheap shoe. You don't want to be somewhere where you got to stand up like a funeral or something like that, where you trying to like watch the casket go down and your feet is leaning to the side because the shoe ain't no fucking good, and the leather is fake and cheap and it ain't holding your foot together or it's not breathing. Yeah, you can't like that fast fashion shit. Don't get me wrong, I got a lot of fast fashion shit, but y'all see what my fast fashion shit is the shit I use on RuPaul's Drag Race, right? Like it ended up working out. But if I'm actually going somewhere, like what I wore to my niece's graduation, of course, obviously it wasn't a club dress, but it was a black capri slack that because my waist is so high, I had to put a cuff in it. Black, um, a black faux neck turtleneck. Mind you, I didn't even have all this right now, but just you can't go wrong with a faux neck turtleneck. A faux neck turtleneck will never go out of style. It was a black sheer, almost like not 100% sheer, but like sheer, almost like a crepe organza sleeveless mock neck. And I can still wear that outfit. I can dress it up. I can dress it down. Anytime I got to go somewhere, I can wear it. I can put a blazer on top of it. I can leave it the way it is. I can put a belt around it. I'm a bitch to deal in basics. I will dress my shit up to be on trend before I buy something to be on trend. I will have classic pieces. Because once you get to a certain age, you ain't just got disposable money to buy on clothes. You got to start paying for other shit once you get older. So you have to start getting classic pieces that will really never go out of style. And then just getting accessories or minor things. That's where you get the fast fashion from. You have classic pieces. And then you take the trendy shit and get the cheap shit because you know that shit gonna be out of style in like 2 years and then you ain't even gonna wear this again. So you don't gotta spend that much on that. But you know you're gonna wear a white blouse forever. You know you're gonna wear a black skirt forever. You know you're gonna wear a black slack forever. You know you're gonna wear a black boot, a black pump. If you can't afford to go beyond black. But for me, if you can't go beyond black, you need at least a navy, a brown, or a gray, a secondary neutral. Because for me, navy blue is always in style. And I always have a navy blue shoe, a navy blue boot, a navy blue coat, and a navy blue blazer. If you keep it classic, honey, you can dress up a wife beater in jeans any way you want and slay the fucking game. Any way you want. A wife beater in jeans can slay the game for where and whatever season, whatever is in style. You get a good white tank top and a good foundation bra, a good bra underneath it, and a good cut of the jean that fits you perfect. And whatever you add to it is just icing. And you can wear, I swear to God, I might do it while we on quarantine. I can wear a motherfucking a white t-shirt and jeans every day this goddamn week and slay your motherfucking life. As you get older, you have to learn what to actually spend your money on. You have to spend money on good classic pieces that you're going to be able to keep for 10 years. Then you get that fast fashion shit to make it trendy. Well, I was talking about for a lady. I don't mean for a man to ever wear a wife beater as a fashion statement. I meant for a lady. Like I shouldn't say a white beater, like a white rib tank top. If you get the right one that fits you right. Now mine is already about 8 years old, so it's about time for me to get a new good one because that might be something that if you get the right proper white rib tank top, it might be a fucking $50, $60 white rib tank top. But it might be the only one you ever need for the rest of your fucking life too. Or not for the rest of your life, it might be the only one you need for 5 or 6 years. 7 or 8 if you don't fluctuate weight. Oh, my dad wears wife beaters all the time. And also V-neck t-shirts and all that shit underneath his clothes because that's old school. But what I'm saying is, okay, wife beater might not be the best example. A white button-up blouse. which for me, I'm looking for a new one. But I do have an off-white button-up blouse that I wear. I also have it in black, the same exact blouse, because if you find something that you like and it's classic and it's not too classic pieces, white button-up blouse, black button-up blouse, black blazer, black slacks, black dress. Every woman over the age of 25 should have a black skirt, a black dress, a black slack, and a black blazer. Everybody. Every female over the age of 25 should have that. And a black pump and a black boot. That's the shit you spend money on, because you can always make that look like whatever the fuck you want to make it look like. I myself own 17 black dresses. It might be more than 17 now. It might be more than 17. I might have more like 20 black dresses for all different occasions. Can't go wrong with a little black dress. So if you get a little black dress, even if it's the most simple little black dress, if it fits you right and it's elegant and it looks good and it fits you right, plaid don't never go out of style. Plaid don't never go out of style. Just don't overdo it. Plaid never goes out of style. Houndstooth don't never go out of style. Don't never go out of style. If you want to know what houndstooth is what Bob the Drag Queen been wearing on every episode of What You Packing is houndstooth. Houndstooth don't never go out of style. Leopard don't never go out of style. You just have to have timeless pieces. And that's what you spend your money on. If you want to get a dang on chain, don't go and get what's new in style now and it's a Gucci logo or no shit like that. No, if you want to get a real gold chain and you just have to have a piece, you either get your initial or you get a cross. That don't never go out of style. It's always going to look like it's money. You get your initial or you get a cross, because that's always going to look classy. You can wear it flossy and you can wear it classy, and it's always going to look good. You have to know what your classic pieces are, and you have to have your classic pieces. Now, those might need to be updated every between 5 to 10 years, depending on the cut that you get. But these are classic pieces that you have to have. You should always have at least one expensive white or black shirt. It could be a T-neck, it could be a V-neck. You should have at least one good black shirt and one good white shirt that you can put up underneath anything. And depending on the area that you live in, it can be a long sleeve, it can be a short sleeve, it can be a tank top. You should always have those. Always a black boot, always a black heel. And for gentlemen, it should always be a black hard bottom and a black casual shoe. I wouldn't even say a tennis shoe, a casual shoe. And what I mean by casual is it could be an Adidas, but maybe it needs to be a black and white shell toe, not a Jordan. Something that can be dressed up or dressed down. A Jordan cannot be dressed up or dressed down. A Chuck Taylor cannot be dressed up or dressed down. You need something like a classic shell toe. A black Clark Wallaby. Something that can be dressed up or dressed down, and a black hard bottom. There are key elements that everybody should have in their wardrobe, because if you need to go somewhere and be dressed up or dressed down, you have it. Those are the things. The shit that's going to last you 5, 10 years, that's the shit that you spend money on. You don't spend money on getting a Gucci jacket that's going to be out of style in a year and a half. Chevron, don't buy fucking Chevron. That was limited. Bell bottoms is limited. You want a straight cut. You want regular cut. Every brand and everything got some shit to say regular cut. What you want is regular cut. What you want is regular cut. If you ain't got money to have several pair of black slacks, you want regular cut. Gentlemen, ladies, no pleats in the front, anything like that. You want regular cut, because regular cut is never not in style. Regular cut, a regular black slack. It may come with a crease down the front, because it came like that, but not bell bottoms, not pleated fronts, not cigarette pants, not boot cut, none of that shit. Regular cut, a regular black slack. Everybody should have some, and I just bought my regular black slack because the last black slack I had when I went to go try to put it on for my cousin's funeral was too big, because the last time I bought it I had actually lost the pant size, so they were too big. So I had to go buy a new one, but I just got a new regular cut black slack. They never go out of style. There are certain things that are classics, and you need to have those classics in your closet. And then when it's the trend, you add to that for the trend. Because what's going to be the color this season? I did know it, but I've been drinking. Because I always like with the Pantone colors and shit like that is. Like, I know, for example, for fall, it was mustard. I don't wear mustard. I don't wear mustard at all. I hate mustard. But if I already have a black slack and a black blazer, and maybe I don't even want to wear, and maybe I don't even want to get a mustard shirt, I can wear monochromatic and just get a mustard accessory set. I might have on all black and just have on mustard accessories, and guess what? I'm on trend and I look like I'm current now. Don't get parachute pants. Don't get ash washing. See, now you're just trying to be funny. None of that shit is classics. You know that shit ain't classic. Think about the shit that never went out of style. When did a white t-shirt ever go out of style? When has anybody never not worn a t-shirt? But you can dress up and dress down a t-shirt. If you have a good, well-fitting t-shirt, whether it's got a band on it or a logo or anything, if you got a well-fitted t-shirt that fits you well, you can put it on with a blazer and a skirt and it'll look fly. You can wear it with a skirt and a jean jacket and it look fly. You can just wear it with jeans. You can wear it with a hoodie and it look fly. You can wear it with a jogging suit and it look fly. For my fellas, you can dress it up and wear it with a suit too. Oh, you don't want to be that formal? Well, then you can just wear it with a blazer and jeans. Oh, still too formal? You can wear it with a plaid shirt on top of it and jeans. Still too formal? You can wear the t-shirt by itself and some fucking shorts. So yeah, t-shirts are actually probably the cheapest thing you should get, but you should have at least one t-shirt that costs you a little bit of money that fits you perfect. And if it has something on it, because we're in the era of that, we've been in that era for a long time, it needs to be something that represents you. It needs to be something that represents you. And I've always been a big fan of don't buy no t-shirt just because it matches your shit. If you don't fuck with that heavy, don't buy that t-shirt. I got a Miami Vice t-shirt that fits me like a fucking glove. And every time I wear it, I get compliments like, oh my God, where the fuck did you get a Miami Vice t-shirt? Paid $35 for this t-shirt. Fits me perfect. But I fuck with Miami Vice. It's my era. I love it. I can tell you about the goddamn series. I wouldn't fucking just buy the t-shirt just because. Every once in a while, I bust out my motherfucking Nirvana t-shirt. And every time I wear that, oh my God, where did you get that? Because to y'all, it's vintage. To me, it's 20 years old. But I like the t-shirt and it fits me really, really well. And I fucking love Nirvana. And when I bought it, was not in 1995 when I was in high school when Nirvana was that shit. I'm sorry, 1991 when I was in high school and Nirvana was in that shit. No. Because they wasn't to me. I didn't fuck with them like that. But when I bought the t-shirt at 25, I fucked with them though. And it fit perfect. And it said something about me. Obviously, it says number one. You can look at me and say, well, you might be old enough from when Nirvana came out. Number two, you know something about music. Number three, you can tone down. You're toned down a little bit. Like you like fashion, but you're toned down because my Nirvana shirt is black and off-white. Not black and white, so it's not mass printed. It don't look too corny. Like you know a little something, but you ain't trying to be like all out there like that you know something. It's got a little variation. It's off black with off white. Like it look like it's vintage, but we know it ain't vintage. Like, but it's obvious like you know a little something like that, but you ain't just trying to push it on our face like you know something about that. Gotta be clear with that. Headbands, I feel like are your prerogative. You can wear a headband if it's your personality, because I always got something in my hair, but that's my personality. I love a good headband. I love a good headband. I wouldn't say everybody should wear it though. Okay. Perfect example for me is this. For me, and the only reason why I can still pinpoint this and still say stuff like this, because first of all, I'm one of the very few people that I didn't start working at Hot Topic till I was 26 years old. 25 or 26 is when I started working at Hot Topic. And one of the questions they ask you at Hot Topic, how do you describe your personal style? And I didn't know that question was coming. But my answer was relatively quicker than I thought it was going to be. And my answer is I move in trends, but I still remember this. I move in trends, but I don't. I move in trends, but I don't. I'm a black girl. I love hip hop. I love anime. But also, I love 80s rock. I love punk. And I love goth. So what I've done is took this big amalgamation, mixed it together, and kind of became this child, this man child that encompasses all of it. And before I knew it, without even trying, was my natural fucking style. I'm versatile to a point. But a lot of that is my aesthetic. To this day, I'm fucking 42 years old, and if you give me a goddamn plaid fucking schoolgirl skirt, I'm gonna make that shit fucking work. If you give me a motherfucking knee sock, I'm gonna make that shit fucking work. And for me personally, even especially because of the Jimmy Pynk thing when I rapped, I have noticed that even at my age, I don't let, not the same way as the drag with the big bows and the overgrown and the exaggerated, but Jimmy Pynk is an exaggerated version of Jamaica. So even though Jimmy Pynk wears these giant bows, I've noticed that Jamaica still wears like headbands with like little bows on them. Or like this little part right here might be sequence or bead or something like that. And it's literally just what I fucking wear. My drag persona, per se, or even my rap persona or Jimmy Pynk period, is just an exaggerated version of Jamaica. Yeah, I'm still that way. I just exaggerated all the ridiculous parts of myself. And I really let y'all know, like, I fuck with these teen movies. I fuck with this, I fuck with this anime shit. I fuck with this hip hop shit, and everything is exaggerated. Like The kawaii thing, I was kawaii before I knew there was a fucking such thing as kawaii. And I was kawaii before I knew it was such thing as kawaii for like a good 15 years. Like kawaii, somebody came with a word to describe me. Oh, that's what it is? Well, I've been doing that. Did we know about that? Because I didn't know about that. Y'all just got a word that actually encompassed me. Oh, this is actually a thing. Well, I wasn't doing it on purpose, but I'm so glad that there's a word to describe it. That I don't gotta go through that whole hip hop smoothed out on the R&B tip with a pop feel appeal to it. Fucking whole long ass shit to explain what my style is and who I was, even through my music, even through my fashion, and any of that. Oh, I'll tell y'all right now. Do y'all want to know what I wore for my job interview for Hot Topic? Because it'll trip you out because it's not really super far off from what I would wear now. I had on a black and white stripe V-neck shirt because I've always been about the cleavage. Because now asses is popular for everybody, but I was always in the black community and didn't have much of one. So I was always about my cleavage. I was very proud of that. And because I was always like tomboyish, I was like, this is Jimmi Pynk is eyes, thighs, hips, lips. Wait, what is it? Eyes, thighs, hips, tits, and lips. That's another thing but that came later. I'm like, Jimmi Pynk is eyes, thighs, hips, lips, and tits. So I always like really like V-neck. I always like showing my cleavage. So on this black and white, like cap sleeve t-shirt, black and white stripe, like wide black and white stripes. These black jean shorts that cuffed. And they were wearing shorts, the ones I got on right now. They probably was like where the end of my tattoo is at. Black and white stripe thigh high stockings. And the stripes was almost exactly the same thickness as the stripes here. A black Mary Jane. A wide hot pink belt around my waist. A hot pink bag. My makeup not real far off from the way it was, except for I wore a lot more color on my eyes. We wasn't about trying to even look like natural in real life. So my eye makeup the same way it was, but a lot less natural. Like, so it was like really pink and really black. And I had my hair in a black high ponytail. Like this part of my hair was down with a pink streak in it, and then I had a high black pony with a pink streak going through it. And that's what I had on for my hey Chaos Bleeds. Thank you, Rick. I do have great cleavage. And that's what I wore for my Hot Topic interview. It's not really that far off from what I wear now. If I still had that outfit, it could still fit that outfit, I would wear that outfit. Not even realizing like that I look like some kind of hybrid between Clueless and Tim Burton and hip hop. I didn't realize that was the hybrid that I was pulling off, but it was. Don't nobody else in this city look like that. No one else in the city look like that. A black and white thigh high stocking with big fat black and white circle stripes, as my dad would call them, because it go around circle stripes with the matching shirt, black shorts, giant pink wide belt, ponytail just coming down with a pink streak, high ponytail with pink streak, Mary Jane's, and this hot pink purse. And just like even thinking back to it, I was like, this was like really Tim Burton meets the hood meets Clueless. And that's always just kind of how I've been. I've picked and choose from the pop culture I enjoy and picked and choose from what the zeitgeist is that was fucking popular right now. And then made my own look. Boom. I love my personality, but I do feel like, not so much now because I'm older and I don't go nowhere and shit like that. And I've never been that type of person. Like, I've been places and never put a picture on Instagram or put my picture on Facebook to see what I had on. That's just me. Everything that is me when I get dressed is me, unapologetically. And even at this age, like, yeah, I mean, like, okay, I wore this here, and sure, I might have had on a black pencil pant, but I had on these crazy ass fucking glitter pink shoes with a fucking pink sweater, and the earrings and the headband matched that. Like, that's still me. Even older, it's still what I do. It's just that that social media shit to show y'all everything I have on every time I'm going somewhere. Because a lot of times when I'm going somewhere, it ain't for y'all. No disrespect. No disrespect. But it ain't for y'all. I wouldn't have all this Instagram and all that shit for my friends. It's for my YouTube. So if it's not some shit that I'm doing on YouTube, a lot of times I'm dressed to go somewhere, and I'm this whole amalgamation of outfit that I'm telling y'all about. Well, it wasn't for y'all. I'm going somewhere with my family. I'm going somewhere with my friends. That wasn't for y'all. There has to be a separation between Jamaica and Jimmi Pynk. And that's the separation. I don't post a picture while I'm going to this. So let me show y'all a picture of what I had on. It's not that to me. And if I don't have that fucking balance, then I lose myself. And that's something is the reason why I didn't pursue rapping and quit doing music for as long as I did. Because doing the music, I struggle to make sure I don't drink or smoke too much as is. I was a full-blown fucking addict and alcoholic when I was doing music. The Jimmi Pynk, and my famous quote is always, Jimmi Pynk was doing fucking great. Jamaica was a fucking train wreck. So I have to have that separation, so you don't see a lot of pictures of me on Instagram of, well, I was going to go do this, and this is what I had on. Even though some of my friends from both are on Instagram. But it's really more for me to see y'all. Y'all got kids. Y'all shining. Y'all growing. My shining and my growing don't involve kids in the family. It's me. I don't necessarily need to prove that to y'all. As somebody who has generally always been the natural center of attention for her whole life, I enjoy that anonymity. And for those of y'all that have been on the channel way back, when I used to only do videos covering my face, I used to only do videos covering my eyes. That's why. I've always been the center of attention. I was younger than everybody else, and I graduated, and I did this, and I was a child model, and I was a cheerleader, and I did all this stuff. When I got to and then once I stopped rapping and was like, I can do all of this under anonymity, y'all know what I'm trying to say. Which is why, if y'all ever go back to my early catalog, my face is covered for like 2 or 3 years. I always got on glasses or a mask or something like this covering my face. Because I couldn't separate Jamaica from Jimmi Pynk. And like I said, very similar. But Jimmi Pynk is a very exaggerated version of Jimmi Pynk. I mean, Jimmi Pynk is a very exaggerated version of Jamaica Dobbs. And Jamaica Dobbs needs to stay Jamaica Dobbs. Or else Jamaica Dobbs gets completely sucked up by Jimmi Pynk. And that hard drinking, hard smoking, don't give a fuck, blah, 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 blah character. Even though it is me, it's an exaggerated version of me. And a lot of times when I'm doing these reviews, it is the exaggerated version of me, because if I was sitting in front of these people's face, I wouldn't say it quite that way. I am that real, but it's It's television, it's YouTube, folks. It's real, but I go a little bit harder as Jimmy Pink for the majority of the time. I need that. So no, you don't get an outfit of me every time I'm going somewhere and say, well, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Every once in a while you will. Oh, we had a good time doing this shit for autism, raising money for autism, where it's me and my actual friends. If you was following me on Instagram, y'all have seen that a couple years ago, maybe last year. It's the reason why none of y'all was my Facebook friends. I need that separation. At least I'm honest about it. Some people want to be celebrities so goddamn bad there is no separation. At least I'm letting y'all know it's a separation. Fuck off. From Holland. Hi, Renee. From Holland. From Holland. Okay, so now let me get off my soapbox for a minute. Boom, boom, boom. I'm off the soapbox. Before you got into here, let me answer this first. Rick, headbands only work if it's for your personality. If you are not an overgrown woman child like I am, then you probably need to let them go at about 16. But if that's your personality, like people in my family know, like I'm a fucking lost boy. I don't fucking grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I can get away with it. But it has to, if it don't fit your personality, it just looks fucking silly. If I have on a headband, nobody thinks fucking twice about it. It's my personality. Renee. I gotta say what I was like. No, I ain't gonna try to do that because I'm too drunk for that. Renee, we earlier were talking about like different things as far as in the United States, our states. We had my homie, one of my capos, Izzy, in here from the UK. Can you tell us about what's going on with the virus that shall not be named, or else I get demonetized? What's going on in Holland with that? Can you tell us? Because I think you're the first person that we've talked to since I've been doing my live streams for about 3 weeks now. And I think you're the first person that we've talked to from Holland. So can you tell us a little bit about what's going on in Holland? You guys all want to know, right? Because this is the first person. Like we've gotten people from some other countries that's come in here and we've talked to. What's going on in Holland, though? And don't think that I'm ignorant, even though I am. Is Amsterdam in Holland? Because I never knew where fucking Amsterdam is. I knew it wasn't a country, but I never knew where Amsterdam is, and I always thought it was in Holland. First of all, is that where Amsterdam is? You guys are in quarantine. Okay, can you give us a little bit of an example of like what is your quarantine? Like what are the dates? Is it everything? Do you have and I don't know if you've been following what's going on in the United States. Like we have stay-at-home orders, but we have what we call essential personnel that's still working. Okay, so Amsterdam is in Holland. So that's a big tourism thing for you guys. Like I know like people want to come to Amsterdam and for lack of a better for lack of a better way to say it, it's like Vegas times 10. Like there's a red light district. Everybody comes over there to get like the best weed and shit like that. So I know that's probably a very tourist. Okay, which shops are open though? All of the shops? Just the weed shops? Like, okay, before you answer that, because I don't know how much you're following in the United States. So let me try to explain to you, which is not all states. For example, I am from Ohio in the United States. Ohio was the first state out of the 50 in the United States to close the schools, to close non-essential stores, to put the stay-at-home order in place, which is don't go out unless there are necessities that you need. So right now, the only people that are working are people that work in like restaurants, grocery stores, medical personnel, things that they're considering to be essential. So when you say shops are open, is it all shops? Are you guys just a free for all? Please stay at home, but everything is open. Like what's the real tea? As well as you can answer that, because I know. I mean, I'm sure if you're in Holland, like English is not your first language, and I'm probably shooting it real fast. They did close the weed shops. Now, Renee, with that being said, over there in Holland, um, I believe it's a little bit different because you guys have had weed legal for so long, and that's why like the weed Olympics and stuff is over there because you guys have had it to change iTunes because you guys have had it legal over there amongst like most of the world. It's been legal over there for so long. Like for us in the United States, there are certain areas where weed is legal for medicinal purposes. And if it's open for medicinal purposes, they're open because of illegal sales. Okay. So you guys were open for weed for medical purposes, but they've been doing some shady shit, so they closed them all down. Now I know you're probably typing, so if you can hear me, follow along with me. But doesn't Holland, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, I ain't gonna say I'm like the best person for this, but you guys have universal health care over there as well, correct? So they're gonna open them up again because there are people that use it for medicinal purposes, I'm assuming. Okay. And you have universal health care over there. And because there are people that are prescribed marijuana over there, they're going to open them back up. Is that correct? And if I'm correct on that, are they going to no, you don't have it for medicinal purposes, but it is recreational and they're going to open it back up anyway. Because of illegal sales. So they're not going to open them back up because people, wait, it's legal over there. What are the illegal sales that they're having over there, if you don't mind me asking? What's the illegal sales that they're having when it's been legal? Everybody knows about Amsterdam. Whether they knew it was in Holland or not, everybody knows Amsterdam weed is legal. So what kind of illegal sales are they having over there? Please explain. They closed for one day and opened back up. Dispensaries is an American word, by the way. At least North American dispensaries. They don't call them dispensaries over there. 20 street dealers stepped in. Wait, weed is legal in Holland. The motherfuckers is still selling street weed. Wait, now, okay, now I got more questions. I got more questions. Because y'all weed been recreational and it's still motherfuckers that sell it on the street? Okay. Raise your hand if y'all thought in Amsterdam, like all the weed was legal, so everybody had shops and it wasn't like no weed man that you can just go to the street and get it off of because weed been legal and you always had to go to the shop. Raise your hand if that's what you thought. Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. I think I'm following it. So they closed the stores. People started selling it on the street. They wanted to try to arrest them. And then they was like, well, you know what? People just want fucking weed. And they opened them back up. I was just like, oh, I just thought weed was all at the shops because it's legal over there, so everybody has stores. Well, Renee, we realize this is probably not your first language either, so we bearing with you, but we want to hear your story because this is what we've been talking about the whole time. Okay, all right, I got you, Renee. I realize English is probably not your first language. We thank you. We all thank you. Everybody thank Renee. Everybody put them hands in the comments. We thank you, Renee, because this is what we've been talking about, and we've been talking about like what's been going on from country to country. But we got the UK, we got Canada. We all speak the same shit, so we appreciate you for your point of view. I wanted to hear about that because Holland seems like it's so far away, even though it's England. But it seemed like it was so far away. But we do know that like weed is legal over there, and we wanted to know. It's like drive-through now. Oh, so you're like Ohio. Ohio has drive-through liquor stores where you can go get beer and cigarettes. You can't get actual like regular liquor, but you can get like watered down liquor. It has to be only 20% alcohol. You can get watered down liquor. You can get beer and wine and stuff like that, and malt liquor. You can get cigarettes and blunt wraps and all that kind of good stuff from there. Yeah, we all appreciate y'all. Can y'all please all thank Renee for his knowledge? Because I think this is the first time since I've been doing these virus lives that we got somebody from Holland, and we're all just trying to understand. We're all just trying to understand. I think I speak for the whole House of Grease, which Renee, welcome. You are a member now. I don't know if you identify as Pink Lady or T-Bird, but you are a member today, and you have officially got your goddamn membership. But we can read the news all we want, but I think that we're getting a lot of information, and a lot of what we need to hear is from people that's living it. And because we're from, as far as the United States, we're from all 50 states. We've got people from Canada. We've got people from the UK. We've got people from all over. So we thank you for your experience from Holland, because you can read the news all you want. But until you talk to somebody that's going through it, it's not the same. It's not the same authority. You need to see somebody that's talking about it from where they from, that's going through it. And we greatly appreciate you, Renee, and welcome to the House of Grease. You can dub yourself Pink Lady or T-Bird. Thank you, Renee. We appreciate you for that. We really, I appreciate you for that. And I know my nieces, nephews, sons, and daughters all appreciate you for that. Oh, Pink Lady or T-Bird. Okay, so on my channel, this is the House of Grease. I don't know if you ever seen the movie Grease. I don't know if you ever seen the movie Grease. Hey, Leah B. I don't know if you ever seen the movie Grease. But on my channel, because my name is Jimmi Pynk, I usually greet my videos with Pink Ladies, T-Birds. Just happen to be watching my shit. And I call the people that are family on this channel the House of Grease, because the movie Grease is Pink Ladies or T-Birds, and Pink Ladies are usually the girls, and T-Birds are the guys in the movie. But we don't discriminate on gender or anything like that, so you identify the way you want to identify. Sometimes I'm on the channel, I have a hat and a t-shirt that says Pink Ladies. I also have a hat and a t-shirt that says T-Birds, because I'm non-conformative. So you identify the way you want to. It started out before I knew any better that, well, the Pink Ladies are going to be the girls and the T-Birds are going to be the guys. And when I started all this, I didn't even come out as gender non-conformative yet. So you just pick which one you like, and that's what you identify as. Okay? If you identify as female or male, you can identify as female and be a T-Bird. You can identify as male and be a Pink Lady. It don't matter. But when I first started it, it was very, very Pink Ladies, T-Birds, because these are the girls and these are the guys. And I even, in my old videos, I even listed my Patreon that way. But we post gender now. Okay, T-Bird. Well, welcome a new T-Bird. Welcome, Renee from Holland. Welcome Renee from Holland, who told us something from a country that we hadn't heard from since I've been doing this whole thing. Now, Renee, I don't know how familiar you are with the United States, but I've been doing lives significantly more often than I've usually been doing them, because in the United States, and we have 50 states in the United States. I don't know how much of this you know and how much they teach y'all in Holland, so I apologize if I sound rudimental. But in the United States, there are 50 states. And I don't want to seem like I'm talking down to you, but I don't know how much you know. So in the United States, there are 50 states. The state that I am from is called Ohio. The state that I'm from is called Ohio. And Ohio really, as far as once we heard about the coronavirus, the state of Ohio really was on it very, very early. Our governor and our attorney general for this state was on it really early. So our schools were closed first. And then like our bars and restaurants were closed first. So once I knew the schools were closed, I have been doing like these live streams, even though I've already had this YouTube presence that you may not be aware of, because it's not like a really big one. I'm not PewDiePie or anything like that. I had started doing lives the day that our governor closed the schools. And I said, you guys, it's serious, because Ohio usually takes nothing seriously. And they're doing all this stuff. And I've been doing a lot more live streams than I would normally do, because we're like on quarantine and stuff like that. But also because my state, as far as the United States of America, took a lot of the lead. So I was kind of saying things like, listen, these are things that may happen in your state because they're happening in mine. And we were the first, the state of Ohio was the first on a lot of stuff. So I was telling my house of grease and my pink ladies and my T-birds, I was telling them, hey, be looking for this. This is what's going on in Ohio. This is what may happen for you. So if this is what you need to do, go out and get these things before it runs out in your state or your city, because it had already happened in Ohio. So that's the reason why we're doing this. And that's why we're so excited to hear from you from Holland, because we've heard from other countries and we've heard from other states within the United States. We've heard from Canada, which is our same province. We've heard from the UK, which is still our first language. So we thank you so much, Renee, and we welcome you into the family, and we thank you for giving us the information about Holland, because we can read all this shit. It's not going to be the same as somebody that's living it tell you. It's not going to be the same. So we greatly appreciate you, Renee. We greatly appreciate you here in the House of Grease. And we crown you. He said he want to be a T-bird, y'all. He said he want to be a T-bird, y'all. Go ahead and put them birds in the goddamn chat. He said he want to be a T-bird. Put them birds in the chat. Put them birds in the chat. Birds and blue hearts. Put them in the chat. 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 Can y'all not hear me? Oh, it's hot, because it ain't even let me type. Oh, it's hot. We froze. Are we froze? It ain't letting me type. Might be a little hot. Is it hot? Oh, let me unplug some shit. Is it hot? Is it hot? Let me turn this light off real quick. Is it hot? Oh, I already turned on all the lights I could. Wait, I can't find it. Turn it back on. Is y'all here? Can somebody fucking clap or something, or do something in the comments if you hear, because it won't let me type. Let me do it on YouTube myself, motherfuckers. Bitch ass fucking Armstrong fucking cable. I know ain't nobody on that goddamn cable right now. Did I say coronavirus? Is that what y'all tripping? Is that why y'all tripping? Oh, fucking YouTube. We were having a great dialogue today too, an important one, because I ain't got 100,000 subscribers. Fuck my drag, right? I'm glad you could make it. Fuck my drag though, right? Oh now, okay. Oh, there it go. My drag though, right? Oh now, okay. Oh, there it go. It was froze that fucking long. I'm not gonna hear it on both. I don't like that. I put all these fucking words in the thing. I feel like I did like this whole speech that couldn't none of y'all hear me at. Wouldn't let me type. Well, I did unplug all the shit because everything is at 100%. But so what? Not when Nick Cannon was talking shit. Well, you know what, Renee? I don't expect everybody to watch my shit, and I don't expect everybody to interact, and that's not necessarily necessary. But I'm glad that you came on today because, no, this is like really serious. This is really serious, and we fuck the old school USA for Africa. We are the world. We are the world. And I think it's a lot more of a community, and it's a lot more believability and a lot more of exchanging stories when we talk to each other and not go off of the news. I'm sure I can go look up what the fuck is going on in Holland, but I would rather hear it from somebody that's in Holland. Am I wrong? Holla if you hear me. I hollered. I'm very glad to hear from Renee. I'm very glad to hear from Renee. You talking about something I've been subscribed with. Baby, you've been a T-bird. All it takes is to subscribe, but you official dizzle without the whistle now. You came on here and shared. You official dizzle without the whistle now. You popped your cherry. I knight the T-bird of Holland. I never went silent on y'all end. Thank you, Jose. Jose Davila. Jose, where are you from? Because only because I know some Davilas. I'm sure that y'all might not be related, but in case y'all are, where you from? Because I know a lot of Davilas. I apologize. I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm not going to say it 100% perfect, but Davila is how the Puerto Rican say it over here without the accent. I'm putting the accent where they put it at, but I can't do the accent. But I know a lot of Davilas. So, where are you from? From the East Coast? And are you Puerto Rican? You can ask me. I ain't like trying to shade you. I'm asking you. I might be connected you with some of your goddamn relatives. I'm not playing. I know a lot of Davilas. I grew up in a Puerto Rican neighborhood. I was the only black kid. I was the only black kid. There was about 3 mixed kids, and everybody else was Puerto Rican in the neighborhood. In Miami, really? Okay, well that actually makes sense. Now, are you named after your dad? Is the Davila Puerto Rican? The Davila is Puerto Rican? Because all the Davilas I know is Puerto Rican. So I'm just wondering. Are you named said your mom is Cuban? That don't necessarily mean you got your mom's last name. That's all I'm saying. But the Davilas I know are 100% Puerto Rican, like straight off the boat. That's why I'm asking. Or maybe they don't know. Okay. See, listen. I tell y'all this all the time. I Pink Ladies and T-Birds is here all the time. I told y'all I grew up in a Puerto Rican neighborhood. I grew up in a Puerto Rican neighborhood so much they thought I was Puerto Rican, talking about some we got cousins that look like you on the island. I'm sure y'all do. Because I know some Puerto Ricans that I thought they was black. I'm sure there is. It was a girl who was Puerto Rican that, like, honestly, she looked like she could have been my sister more than my sister looked like she could have been my sister. Like, we look so much alike, same hair texture and everything. But no, I'm black. My mom's mom was just biracial, and possibly my dad's mom, he really don't know, but he was just so goddamn yellow with wavy hair too that he said the picture he seen of his mom looked like she was American Indian, which was Boricua Morena anyway, all day. Or Spanish. But yeah, that's what's up. In Grand Rapids and Charlotte. Now, see, I'm in Ohio. The Davilas I know are from Ohio. I'm originally from Youngstown, Ohio. I'm still in Ohio, but I'm just in the suburbs. But the Davilas I know, well, this is back in the day where like it was the steel. Well, shit, I know you know. You probably know because you probably have family that like was like moving around because of the steel mills and shit like that. So a lot of them did come from New York to Ohio because New York from Ohio, it's through Pennsylvania and you're in Ohio. A lot of Davilas I know were originally from New York, or like their people was originally from New York and came here to work in the steel mill, and then it was like they kids. So I probably do know your people for real, for real. You probably just don't know they're your people. But they probably are. Is it? Now that I don't know. I did grow up around. I grew up around all Puerto Rican people, but I'm not gonna sit here and claim to know like I know the history and shit like that. I could salsa merengue my ass off, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend. So I didn't know that was a common Puerto Rican last name. I did not know that was common. Is that kind of like y'all Davis? Like, not trying to be funny. Like, is that kind of like y'all Davis? Because every nationality has a common last name that you might not know is the common last name. As Reyes, I know a lot of Reyes's too. I do know a lot of Reyes's too. But the Reyes's that I know was all related to. Different time though. When I was a kid, it was the early 80s. It was the early 80s. So all in the same area. So I know a lot of Reyes too. But a lot of the Reyes's I know was all related to. But I have a special thing in my heart for Boricua. I have it's special to me. Boricua is special to me. Only because the neighborhood that I grew up in, which the house that I grew up in was my grandparents' third and final house. And my mother is the youngest of 12 kids. So my favorite uncle on my mom's side and her are 5 years apart, and they're the babies. So, and it was 12 of them. So it slowed down. Like the older ones was already, like my mom got nieces and nephews. So did my uncle. Nieces and nephews is older than them because it was 12 of them. My grandmother had her first kid at 15 and had my mother at 45. So like she slowed down towards the end. But by the time that neighborhood grew up, it became a very Puerto Rican neighborhood. So I grew up with a lot of Boricua. And it's so fucking special to me. Like, I'm not gonna say I know everything, but I have a special affinity to Boricua. I have a special affinity to Boricua and hip hop. You tell me you're Boricua, I'm like, yeah, because I was in so many quinceañeras, and also they thought I was Boricua, and for a minute I thought I was too. Cultural appropriation. It was cute when I was 15. And I thought I was Puerto Rican for a minute too. Also like if we're gonna talk about hip hop, which you guys know I love, the blessing and the impact that the Puerto Rican people had on hip hop, I feel like is extremely underplayed. They had a huge part in hip hop culture, from the break dancing to the graffiti to the MCing. Master Ace doesn't get like what he deserves, all that stuff. I have such a special place in my heart for Puerto Rican people because I grew up with all Puerto Rican people, and the majority of them, because like I said, if you're coming in and you're coming from New York and they're coming from the steel trade, it might be their grandparents, it might be their parents. It's New York, you come from Pennsylvania, it's Ohio. So most of my Puerto Ricans that I knew were New Yorkers from birth or from directly from the island, to the point where my parents still, next to them, there's 2 houses to the corner. They're the 3rd house from the corner. The next 2 houses have always been Puerto Rican people, because if it was somebody that was actually born in the United States, they would rent their house out to people that were from the island. They kept it going. They stuck together. Well, I'm going to move. I'm going to give you this house and you can rent this house out. That's been my whole life. Like, I can go to my parents' house right now, and the next door neighbors is probably going in on some reggaeton, some salsa, and some merengue. They are probably fucking going in right now. And it's been like that my whole life. So thank you for coming, Jose. Torres, I know some Torres, Perez, some Gonzalez, and Hernandez. I know them all. I grew up around all Puerto Rican people. And then on the east side of Youngstown, there was a section called La La Land. And I had to get a racial balance transfer to this other junior high school, because it was weird the way it was. It was where the white people that had money was at, but also right over the bridge was the east, and that area that came over was called La La Land. Like, I literally have grown up with all Puerto Rican people. I have like such a special place in my heart. I don't know as much as I should. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm just like the professional on Puerto Rican people, but Puerto Rican people have always played such a big part of my life that, like, even they could say some stuff and I'll still understand it from when I was like in the 3rd grade, and don't even realize, like, I just caught what you just fucking said. I can salsa merengue my ass off. I love reggaeton because Puerto Rican people have always been in my life. I have a special place in my heart for the Puerto Rican people. I have a special place in my heart for Boricua. Because again, when I was born in 1978, so in the 80s, if your parent didn't come down for the steel mill trade and got to Ohio from New York, then it was your grandparent. So they may have not even known Puerto Rico the way they was supposed to, but they did know New York Puerto Rican. And I have a special place in my heart for that, because I grew up around all Puerto Ricans, man. I really did. For real? You got a friend now, Jose? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? How old are you? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. You can just say, I don't want to answer. Now, I didn't get into like Cuban, Brazilian, and this and that, because, like I said, I grew up around in Ohio. Before the internet, everywhere was sheltered. So I knew a lot of Puerto Ricans because they came from New York and came like be in the steel mill. So I knew a lot of Puerto Ricans. I didn't know like Mexicans, Cubans, Dominicans. It wasn't like New York. So we didn't have all of that. If you were Hispanic, you were probably more than likely 99% of the time Puerto Rican. You're 48? Okay, so you know better than me. But even with my sister, she like, okay, so because you was feeling me when I was talking about like steel mill shit. Where I was at and where my sister was at, because even my sister like had a whole lot of Puerto Rican friends. And where we were at in Ohio, in Youngstown, that they still call Steel City, because we had a lot of steel mills. I would say, of any of the Hispanic people that I knew, even if they came from somewhere else, one of my closest friends' name was Emilio Velez. Emilio Velez, it was so hot in Youngstown City Schools one year in the 8th grade that we had to do this project where we had to run around and I passed out. And he caught me on the floor. And he was a chubby Puerto Rican dude too. Like he was like chubby. He was cool as shit. But he was like chubby. He was like real chubby. And he caught me off the floor. And when he caught me, I woke up. And to this day, nobody believed, like, no, she passed out. That wasn't a joke. And he was like, I saw her eyes roll in the back of her head, fall down, and he caught me. I'll never forget Emilio Velez. And he was a New Yorican for real. Like his parents was straight from New York. Like he had just moved there like that year. Had the accent and everything. And he was like, no, her eyes rolled back. She dropped to the ground. I caught her. And when he caught me, the way my neck snapped, it woke me up. And I got back up and I'm just like, what the fuck happened? And they thought we had made that up. And it was fucking real. I passed out. He caught me. When I woke up, I was coming off the ground like this. And it was real. And it was real. And everybody thought we had made this goddamn skit up. And that's when I was in the 8th grade. When I was in the 8th grade, I was supposed to be 7th. So his parents was like from Brooklyn then. I'll never forget that. He was like, well, my parents is from Brooklyn. That was the first time I had ever heard of Brooklyn. We knew New York. We didn't know who like the boroughs and stuff was until like the Biggie and all that. When I wouldn't say we didn't know, because my sister, it was like the Bronx, the South Bronx, the South Bronx. Like I knew who Boogie Down Productions and shit was like that because my sister is 8 years older than me. But like I wasn't putting together like, wait, it just ain't all New York, it's boroughs. Chubby Puerto Rican skin, light Puerto Rican too. People thought people that didn't know no better didn't come from the hood because like I said, this school was the east side where it was a lot of the Puerto Rican population and white people, and then you had people that was on racial balance transfer, and he was real light. So they never even put 2 and 2 together. He was Puerto Rican. I was like, how do y'all not know? I can hear it. But he did have a different Puerto Rican accent. Because he had that New York accent, and that's the first person that's heard sound like a New Yorican. The first person I heard sound like it. He was like, that was the accent. But because I had already grew up around Puerto Rican people, like, they was like, we don't understand what he's saying. Like, because he's saying, like, words different. But, yeah, there's a New York accent. Like, everybody wasn't that had the New Yorican accent. Everybody wasn't Rosie Perez, where it was like real thick. I was like, I understand what he's saying. I was like, because I can understand the Puerto Rican accent, and his New York accent was there. But I was like, okay, he ain't talking that motherfucking wild. But you know what? Y'all don't understand what I'm saying because I'm talking from like I'm in the hood too. So y'all don't understand what I'm saying either. It's just different. But I never knew anybody that wasn't I don't think I've ever realized, because at that time, and you 48, I would say even there from my sister's time, because my sister's about to be 50 in 2 days, actually. She'll be 50. We grew up around a lot of Puerto Ricans. I don't think I met my first person that was Hispanic that was not Puerto Rican. I'm going to be honest, in my area, the first person that I met that was Hispanic that was not Puerto Rican was 1996. Everybody else was Puerto Rican. I had never met a Cuban. I had never met a Dominican. I had never met a Brazilian. Nobody else from Central America. Like, so we thought Hispanic started and ended with Puerto Rican. We had never met nobody else. I didn't meet anybody else. The first person I met was, and excuse me if I'm saying this wrong, and that don't count as Hispanic. First person I met that wasn't Puerto Rican was Mexican. Was half Mexican and half white. It was 1996. Everybody else I knew that was Hispanic was Puerto Rican. Flat out. I grew up in a Puerto Rican neighborhood. I got older. I went to school with people that lived in the other Puerto Rican neighborhood. Flat out. Oh, Jose, I'm sorry to hear about that. Will you guys please hold on for a second so I can go to the restroom? Because I want to ask Jose some more questions. Because he just dropped the bone. I want to go to the bathroom. I want to ask a question. I have to get up in the middle of that. So let me go ahead and run to the restroom. I want to ask about that. Okay, so before I get back to Jose, I want to say something because this is the truth. This is just being in the United States, being from Ohio, not being taught. It took me, and you said you're 48. I'll be 42 in May. I don't think that I realized what was like Central America, the islands and things like that. I would definitely say I was like 30. No, I said 1996. So 1996, that was the first time I met somebody Mexican. I didn't realize Central America and that there was like Afro, Latino, and stuff like that. I was in my 30s. So I just want to give a shout out to my other Black and brown sisters around the world that we didn't realize that Black wasn't just here and brown just wasn't Puerto Rico and Mexico. I want to give a shout out to all my Black and brown people, all my Latinx people, all my Afro Latinx people, because it's not something that you're taught, and it's not something that's well represented. And I want to say shout out to that. It's getting a lot of love now. It's getting a lot of love now, but it's something that I didn't know about till I was in my 30s. So we want to give a shout out about that. Now, Jose, you said you lost a coworker to the virus that shall not be named, so I don't get demonetized. And one of your other coworkers lost their son. Now, Jose, I know I asked you where you were from because I recognize your last name, but where are you actually located at? While Jimmi Pynk is out here being the Jake Beyonce of the goddamn virus. It is. That's horrible. Oh, so you're still in Queens. So you're in New York. Now, I know New York is really, really bad. I didn't realize that you were still in New York. I know you had told me that's where you were at. I may have missed the part where you said you were still in Queens. So, Queens, get the money. That's not the right song. I'm trying to think of who in Queens. Like, what hip hop groups from Queens? It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens. It's the absolute opposite of Christmas in Hollis, Queens. So, and these are healthcare workers that are working in Queens, Jose? And these are people that were working in Queens, and you lost a coworker, and another coworker lost their son, who, quite honestly, let's be honest, I don't want to speculate, but this is what I'm saying. It's the importance of the healthcare workers having what they need, because you said the coworker may have been asymptomatic and gave it to the son and didn't know, or the son could have got it from anywhere. We don't know. But this is the importance of everybody got it from Queens. This is the importance of, if you have N95 masks, if you have gloves, if you have any of this shit to send, please send them to your local healthcare workers. That's horrible. Now, Renee, what do you do? if I didn't ask already, and I might have, but I'm tipsy. What do you do? Because obviously you work in healthcare. Quite honestly, I think you did tell me, but I don't remember. I was off on my brown and black people thing. Obviously, you work in healthcare, correct? Because if you tell me you don't, that's so much worse. No, not you, Renee. Jose. Now, I know all of y'all wasn't at the beginning of the broadcast because we've been on for 3 hours. But I had mentioned something about the healthcare workers having what they needed when the healthcare workers started getting affected by this shit. I'm tipsy. I have anxiety disorder, and I don't know what else to do but fucking drink at this point. I really just don't. Now, Queens, no disrespect, Renee, but this is in America, and we already know how bad it is in New York. Oh, shit. Oh, Jose, I got to ask you some more questions. The co-worker, security guard at dental school in Manhattan, lived in Brooklyn, and one whose son died, clinic manager, is from the Bronx. Neither of them were direct healthcare workers. And you guys closed on March 13th. Okay, great. Not great that people died. That's not great. But I'm glad you're safe, Jose. And welcome to the House of Grease. Pink Lady T-Bird. Welcome to the House of Grease for sharing your story, because that's what we've been doing here. See, Jose, I'm from Ohio. So I've been doing a lot of these live streams because Ohio was first on the jump for a lot of stuff. And I've been doing these live streams since the Ohio Governor DeWine closed the schools down, because I've been trying to prepare people for, like, this is what's going to happen, because Ohio is not first on anything. So if Ohio is doing this, get fucking ready. So thank you for your story. Now, Jose, because you are in New York, you are in a borough of New York. A tiger got coronavirus. Now, I'm sure that story was buzzing around New York before it ever got to national news. Can you tell us what you know about the Bronx Zoo and what they're saying about the tiger that has coronavirus and possible other tigers and lions having the symptoms? And while you're thinking about that, and see if you know anything. Because to me personally, I don't know if they test the fucking tiger if the Tiger King shit don't come out. I can't be smoking all these up. This is my last pack. Let me see. Before I look, I'm about to just do this because I gotta lighten this up a little bit. I gotta lighten it up a little bit. I gotta lighten up a little bit. So no competition for test. Okay. But no competition for tests. But what made them decide that they wanted to? I mean, I just feel like because you're in New York, you guys probably got the news before it hit national. What made them decide to test the tiger? See what I did there? Tiger style. Tiger style. You see what I did there, right? Okay. I'm sorry you commented on the other video. I got a little bit frustrated about the other video because, spoiler alert, 3 hours and almost 10 minutes into the other one. My dad is currently in the hospital. None of us can be there. Not my mother, who is his wife. They're still married. None of us could be there. He did get taken to the hospital. They are testing him for COVID. We don't think that's what he has because he's had these symptoms for a long time. We also don't know how long this shit has actually been going on here. And he was in the hospital at the end of January, right before his birthday. He went to the hospital January 30th. His birthday was January 31st. He went in because he was gasping for air and he had water on his lungs. And he was there for 9 days, and we never had a clear answer of what was wrong with him. So, because he has certain symptoms and because he is a senior citizen, he has certain health issues, they are testing him for COVID. I found that out after Harley with coffee. I found that out about 5 o'clock this evening. So there's that. If y'all missed any of that the first time. My dad is in the hospital by himself getting further tested for COVID. Well, I'm sure the test is already going to do now, but how long before we get an answer? I'll be calling in the morning. You found out when it hit. So even though you work in New York, it wasn't even contained to New York. It came out whatever. Oh, wow. Wow. Because I have mixed feelings about this. I know I'm playing like the Tiger style because I got to make light of it because you said you comment on the first video, so I mean you watched the first video. I'm a little bit falling apart because I'm not in love with the fact that obviously there's something wrong with my dad and nobody can be there because of this COVID shit. And also I need a little bit of that, a little bit of appreciation for that. But wow, that's wild. I figured it would have been like in New York news some kind of way for that. Well, the last time I seen my dad, this is my 14th day, so there's that. But that means nothing. I think I said earlier in this broadcast, I had a fever and went old school and broke up myself. I've had a sore throat a couple of times. I thought it was my allergies or my asthma. What I will tell you is this is rule it out. Rule it out. If you come to us and say he's COVID positive, y'all going to have to test me. And you're going to have to test my sister and you're going to have to test my niece because we've all been around my dad. It's been 14 days, but within those 14 days, my niece has gone to urgent care and been diagnosed with an upper respiratory infection. My sister has been diagnosed with a sinus infection without being seen because she's just saying that's what she had. I've had a fever, a runny nose, a cough. But I have a lot of underlying other things that would cause that. But we need to know because, yeah, we've been away from my dad for 14 days, but we need to know if that's what's cracking because they may just have mild or moderate symptoms. They may have moderate symptoms. I may have mild. But it's also sinus and allergy season in Ohio. So it's hard to say. Jose, it's so hard to try to stay away from stuff. Like when they said the tight look, when I fucking saw that the Tiger had it, I literally just posted Well, let the Joe Exotic Carol Baskin jokes begin, because you know that was about to pop off. The next thing is going to be the conspiracy theorists, because the tiger had it right after this shit happened. They trying to prepare you for it, man. It's the 5G that did it. I don't give a fuck what did it. Figure it fucking out. Because the thing is when this shit all hit, I was already on sick leave because I was supposed to be having surgery in March. I was supposed to have had surgery already. I was supposed to be in a wedding. That's canceled. Life is just fucking canceled. I don't give a fuck if they trying to prepare us for or not prepare me for a goddamn. I can go back out fucking side. Who do I look like? Alexander Sarsgaard? Am I Eric Northman now? Is it True Blood? I want to do bad things to you. And then let's get into the shit. I said this earlier in the broadcast. I don't know how many of y'all was here with the person that walked off of the Amazon. I think it was Amazon. I'm 100% sure it was Amazon. Walked off his job talking about we're not shipping essential things because we're shipping dildos. Do y'all know how the thirst is real for real now? Don't go get infected to get fucked. Fuck yourself. Sexual health is important. We are all adults of a certain age. And we all have needs. And as human beings, we are built to mate with other human beings. That's what we're built to do. We want to mate. That's why we ain't a whole nother fucking species. We Homo sapiens. We animals. Our instinct, as much as we want to train it not to be, and not just give it to anybody, our instinct is to mate. Self-sexual care is important. So don't walk off the job and say dildos ain't important. They are. Because your sex drive will force you to do some shit you ain't got no business doing. And then what happens when you fuck somebody to get the goddamn coronavirus? And then what happens, because we don't know that yet either, what happens if you fuck somebody that gets coronavirus, or maybe you already got it and you do that shit and then you have a coronavirus baby. And that might create a whole nother goddamn strand, because now it's bloodline. Is y'all trying to have the zombie apocalypse? Y'all want it to be zombie land? I'm ready for zombie land. What I wasn't ready for was the happening. I'm ready for zombie land. Y'all buying bullets. I don't need a goddamn bullet. I'll fuck a bitch up in goddamn zombie land. But what are you doing? Sexual care is health. It is health. Sexual health is health. Don't get so goddamn thirsty that you go do something fucking stupid because you don't think you can go on a website or go down the street and there's still a fucking prostitute fucking working. Guess what else they did that? The AIDS epidemic. Don't fucking fall for it. So let's not have this stigma about sex toys and about sexuality and who you are. Let's not have that stigma. Because the last time it was an epidemic that nobody knew exactly how it went, except for because it was only affecting the gays. It was the gay plague. Don't think sex workers ain't still out here that don't give a fuck, because sex workers were still out here during the goddamn AIDS epidemic too, for decades. And sex workers got AIDS because of that shit. And don't think it was all man on man either. It was trans. It was female. Because y'all don't know what else to do. And the thirst was fucking real, because as fucking Homo sapiens, we are fucking animals and our instinct is to mate. And the shit spread further. I would never say it was the gay plague. I would say somebody may have tried to make it that. I would never say it was the gay plague. But before anybody knew what it fucking was, people were scared to share fucking cups. It was an episode of the Golden Girls. They were scared to share cups with somebody. Oh, you had a blood transfusion? No, we can't even switch cups. Even though we washed it and everything. That was an episode of the Golden Girls. Look it up. Because Rose had a blood transfusion. They put big R's on her goddamn coffee cups. They didn't know then either. They didn't know it was sexually transmitted or through blood or through a needle. They didn't know. And they were scared then. And do you know how many sex workers got this shit because of that? Don't blame it on the gays. Blame it on science for not going hard enough to figure out how it was fucking transmitted. Me and one of my best friends, we had this call. We just talked about this. We ain't never seen an epidemic like this. Yes, we did. The AIDS epidemic was like this. Granted, you couldn't just go outside and get AIDS, but the way they was acting like it, once people that weren't gay getting it, once it wasn't gay men getting it, they did start acting like you don't know how you can get it. Don't drink off of this cup. Don't even be around this person. This person got AIDS. They coughed. Let me run. Yeah, it was like that. I was alive for that. Yes, it was like that. Don't come near me. You coughed. Don't come near me. It wasn't until after non-gay people started coming out and that happened. But it still happened. It was still an epidemic that nobody understood. It's just so this time, don't cough on me actually is probably how you get it. But they were scared that's how you got it then, too. Once it wasn't just all gay men. I was there. I fucking remember. 1989, a number. Another summer. Get down. Sound of the funky drummer. I was there. I was a kid, but I remember. It was okay when it was all gay men having it. It's just the gay plague. Then what happened when it wasn't just gay men and random people was getting it? And how about the people that were sex workers that got it? The porn stars that got it. The prostitutes that got it. Because the thirst is real no matter what. Okay, yeah, this is still a threat, but I want to bust in that. Sexual health is important. So yeah, sex toys are important. I would rather somebody need that and get a dildo, a fake ass, a flash pussy, whatever you need to get before you call somebody else. Because both of y'all may be essential workers. Or maybe this, or maybe your cat is in the room because now that's in the goddamn picture. I would rather you be safe than sorry. We as human beings have needs. Don't walk off the job because you think dildos are non-essential. No, they are. Sexual health is important. Sexual health is very, very important. Do I need to go fucking shoot a fucking public service announcement about fucking sexual health? This shit's fucking important. You walk off the job because like we selling dildos and shit. Fuck yeah, you are. So don't nobody become a thirst bomb and be in their house for 3.5 weeks and be like, I can't take it no more, and invite somebody into their house because they need to get fucked. We're human. We want human contact, and we are built to fucking breed. Gay, straight, bi, whatever. We are built to fucking mate. We're built to mate. We have fucking drives. We have fucking needs. And after so long, you gonna think about it twice? Because I know listen, I done had dreams about ex-boyfriends 2 of which are dead. 2 of which are dead. That I would have never been like, why am I dreaming about them? To the point where I'm scared that I'm about to die. Add another point to anxiety. Over the course of 2 weeks, 2 of my boyfriends in high school I have dreamed about. They weren't sexual dreams either. The first one was fucking crazy. I told my sister about it because I'm like, I woke up from that one and it was so real. That was last week. Because in real life, I had a choice between the 2 of them at the time. The one I chose is dead. The other one, I was still fucking up until 8 months ago. So, in that dream, the one that died was like, this motherfucker, there was a shootout. He had beat him. It was in the neighborhood and everything. It was fucking crazy. In the neighborhood and everything. And I was like, he's going to come get you. And he was like, he can't come get you if he can't move. And I was like, what you mean? He was like, I shot him in the legs. And he said, you gotta come with me. This is my abusive ex-boyfriend. He's dead. He's not living no more. He died about 1.5 years ago. And in my dream, I will remember this to this day because it still haunts me. If I come with you, you're going to kill me. And then I woke up. And then realized what the fuck I just said. If I come with you, you're going to kill me. The nigga was dead. Now, last night, okay, hold on. Cause I got to lighten it up some. Because if I don't lighten it up, I'm going to go crazy. If I don't lighten it up, I'm going to go crazy. If I don't lighten it up, I'm going to go crazy. If I don't lighten up, I'm going to go crazy. Last night. Couldn't even get an answer. And another ex-boyfriend came to me last night. Not even last night. It was during this like nap time. Well, it's probably last night now. It was a little nap time between 5 and fucking 7:30 p.m. My other ex-boyfriend, John Jones, who was never that guy for it to be a shootout or anything like that. I know you can hear me. The way the story went, I can't even explain it to you. But I know I was in his arms and he was like, be with me and I'll marry you. I'm not making none of this shit up. I swear to God, I put it on my niece. I don't have my own child. My niece is the closest thing that I have to a niece. My niece is more like my little sister because my sister is more like my mom. I put it on my niece. When I put something on my niece, it's fucking sincere. I told you once, I told you twice. I was in his arms and he was like, I'll marry you. I'm like, what do you mean you'll marry me? He's like, I'll marry you. He's dead. I had 2 ex-boyfriends that are dead that I've talked to, at least in dream form. These dreams in the last 2 weeks. So I had a dream with this one that said, come with me. After defeating the one that's still alive, that I was still fucking with and still stuck on, then I had this dream and he was like, I'll marry you. I'm like, what do you mean you'll marry me? I always want to do so I'll marry you. And that storyline proceeded to play through. It was passes to a fucking 50 Cent concert. It was my music career and this and this and this and this and this. But it was so fucking... I was in my parents' bed and my parents rolled out and was like, just stay here. with him, and I'll marry you. Now I have 5 big exes in my life. 5 big exes in my life. One is the one that said he would have married me. That was that dream. The second one was my childhood love who was abusive and all this shit. That was the one that was... In fact, I'm sorry, he was actually third. Because the second one is the one that he shot shit in the goddamn video. But some kind of way we got back together, and I was his side bitch for like 6 years, and I went back to fucking with him for a while. The third one, who was the love, the one man that I'm 100% sure actually loved me, but it was graveyard love because of the shit that he went through, was the one that after all this shit had the shootout, had his motherfucking girlfriend and his sister, not the one that died, his other sister, in the goddamn basement in the dream. Now I remembered it, in the basement in the dream, tied up like I'll kill both these bitches. You just come with me. And I was like, if I come with you, you'll kill me. And I woke up. He's already dead. The other 5, the other 4 and 5, was never important as 1, 2, 3 anyway. So if they show up, they show up. But that was never the 4 and 5. The 4 and 5, I wouldn't be surprised if they showed up because they wasn't that goddamn important compared to the 1, 2, and 3. But out of 1, 2, and 3, 2 of them are dead, and the 2 of them that are dead tried to take me with them. I'm not making this shit up. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. I put it on my knees. Out of 1, 2, and 3 that were that fucking important, 2 of them tried to take me with them. While I'm having breathing problems. But at the same time, 4 and 5 I've talked to in real life. 4 forgot to tell me that when I was pregnant by him and decided to get rid of it and took me to all the way to Cleveland because that's when people will put you all the way to sleep.
Hello?
And
what's up?
Told me that you had to stay still for like 24 hours, and within 8 my car was packed up because he had a date with another bitch. And he forgot about that and tried to get in contact with me on Facebook. That was a couple of years ago. That's 4. 5 tried to call me when my twin cousin died.
No,
I don't want to talk to you. Because I should have never been with you in the first place. You're a fucking bum. You were older than me and you never wanted fucking better. We went to go finish college together and I did all your work and you still flunked out. You're a loser. You're always going to be a loser. And I don't need that energy.
That's really how it go down, right?
That's the big 5.
Get Spectrum,
but it was crazy that the big 3 appeared to me in a dream, and 2 that died tried to take me with
yourself in the best in entertainment with more HD and more free on demand with Spectrum.
The 2 that's not alive no more tried to take me with them, y'all.
Click to learn more.
And I know dreams are just dreams. I know dreams are dreams. But where is my mind at? Do I have a death wish? Do I think I'm about to die? When I say one was last week, one was this week, it wasn't within 7 days neither. But then also I still have this surgery I'm supposed to have, and maybe I'm just not breathing properly and I'm waking up in enough time, and that's how my mind is just like, wake up before you suffocate yourself. Maybe it's guilt.
I know what you hear.
Maybe it's guilt. Hey, pancakes.
I know you feel me.
Maybe it's guilt because I know both of the people that I was in a relationship with that died were troubled people.
God,
and neither one of them died like they were gunned down or anything like that. Like, oh my God, I wasn't expecting that to happen. They weren't like gunned down. Okay, one was. The one that said I would have married you was gunned down. But like it wasn't like we was close when that happened. It's weird. When I was dating her brother, I did take him over his homeboy's house. I think it's a manifestation. I really. This song. I think at Big Five, the problem is number one that my mom said that loved the shit out of me, didn't know how to. I picked number one over number two. He didn't know how to love me either. And he's trying to fucking do that with somebody else. But I know him so goddamn well that I'm like, I know him so goddamn well that I know as soon as all this shit is over, I'm getting a phone call. And I shouldn't take it. But I probably will. I'm not gonna lie to myself. Number two, we two sides of the same coin so much that if I would have picked one over two, we would already be fucking together. Or we've been together for a long time and I left his ass. Hey, after a couple kids and shit, fucking nigga, now I'm out. We two sides of the same coin so fucking much. I know the moment that you can get off the goddamn house, you gonna call me. And I'm telling you the truth. I'm not gonna say no. Not where I'm at right now. Not where I'm at right now, I won't say no. But out of my big three, and two of them, I feel like this coaxing me to death. It's fucking crazy. I don't know how to feel about it.
Yo, drop your glasses, shake your asses, face screwed up like you're having hot flashes.
And imagine those dreams on top of all of this shit, and then anxiety disorder. So you had
some of y'all know hot psych, I'm gassing. Clowns, I spot them and I can't stop laughing. Easy come, easy go, he be gonna be lasting. Jealousy.
That shit, listen, the first one was fucking weird, but I feel like if that would have happened at the time, if it would have happened when I had to make the decision, that's how it would have went down. It would have been a shootout. I'm just being honest. It would have been just that. Maybe not in that way. It was in that. I don't know who would have actually won. But yeah, they fought. Somebody would shot somebody. They two of a kind. They two of a kind. It's just that one of them was my total opposite, and one of them was the other side of me. If it would have happened at that time, that's how it would have happened. It's just fucking crazy. This last one, which this shit left my mind now for even really even think about this dream. And the last one was like, I'd marry you. It was weird. Real weird. Hi Noah, how are you feeling, baby? And this was that I'd have married you. It was like a continuation. It was like a saga. That don't happen in dreams. Especially it's not lucid. I used to know how to dream fucking lucid, but I don't think backtrack, think back, EVE, do you like that? You got to, I know you. Had you in the trance, first glance from the flow too. Don't believe I'll show you, take you with me, turn you on. I can't just have dreams about fucking Manny Montana and Ghostface Killer and people that I would just want to have fantasies about fucking. Why can't I just have that? I gotta have dreams about fucking dead ex-boyfriends that I really, really cared about that's trying to fucking take me to the underworld. What the fuck? No, it's okay. It's okay. The thing about my dad is there is a possibility that he had coronavirus. There is a very good possibility. I was the first person that said that. But I don't think so. I think that he's just over medicated. I was like, I told my mom before the day she had to send him to the hospital. I don't want to. Okay, I'll tell it. We deep enough into the goddamn broadcast. Like I said, my dad has always, even with all this going on, even when he had a diaper on, he'll still wake up and know he has to go to the bathroom.
You're one of those people that doesn't have Spectrum Internet yet. Here's activities you can do.
Oh, fuck you, Spectrum. No, I can't talk about
learning the alphabet backwards.
Over Spectrum Internet. Fuck you guys.
That's why I fuck your bitch, you fat motherfucker.
What happened when my mom called me and said, should I call 911 or what should I do? My dad had peed and pooped in his sleep. And I was like, it probably didn't happen at the same time. She don't think it did either. And that's not him. Even when he was in a nursing home and had to have the diaper, he would wake up and be like, well, I got to go to the bathroom. And before he even went to the bathroom, he would call the nurse because he knew it was going down. Like, you ain't going to get here in time. But I'm calling you because it needs to be changed. Like, I know he was, even because of his legs and he couldn't get up, he would still know. Like, oh, no, I'm about to go to the bathroom, so let me just call y'all. So by the time y'all get here, y'all can change this diaper. Because I peed or I pooped. My mom called me like erratic. And it was like, well, let me cool down for a minute, which scared me fucking immediately. And I'm like, okay, what's going fucking on? Because social distancing, I haven't been to my parents' house. What's fucking going on? She tells me what happened. She was like, I've been with your dad for a long time because my parents have been married for 50 years. Their 50-year anniversary was January 17th. It was before he even went to the hospital this last time, or the time before that. They've been together for 50 years. She knows. She's like, he know when he got to go to the bathroom. I don't give a fuck what else is going on. He knows he has to go to the bathroom. And my mom asked them for something to boost his appetite because he wasn't eating. And when My cousin that was a home health care nurse looked it up. They gave him an antidepressant. And I said, well, he's already over-medicated. You already called. They already told me he was over-medicated. And if you know anything about an antidepressant, an anti-anxiety medication, any of that shit, even if it's a low dosage, you have to get used to it. And if it's not for you to have, you're going to be zoned out. And my mom was just like, I feel like he wasn't coherent. Now he's big and she can't get him down the stairs. We have a lot of stairs. Get him on the stairs. So he's diabetic and they called 911. Because she couldn't get him down the stairs. We can't risk a fall, and she has 2 herniated discs, so she can't just be trying to get him down the stairs. Even though he lost a lot of the weight, he's just a big guy. That's just my dad. He's just a big swole dude. He's a big swole muscle dude anyway. So even though he hasn't been active for like 2 years, he still look like this. He still like a fucking gorilla. He's just a muscle-bound dude. He worked for a lot of years to become that. So it's still there. So he's heavy, even though he lost a lot of the weight. And he's still heavy and can't get him down the stairs because our stairs in my parents' house is like ridiculous. I complain about being on the 3rd floor. These stairs is easier than the stairs to just get to the 2nd floor of my parents' house. On God, on me. These 3 floors is easier to get up than my parents from the 1st to the 2nd floor on me. It's just a lot of stairs. It's an older house. We thought at least my mom was going to be able to be there. When they came and got him from the emergency room, he's not allowed to have visitors, which is the gift and the curse, because the fact that he's not allowed to have visitors mean that he's okay. Because if he was allowed to have visitors, that means he was on his deathbed, or that's real, real bad. He's not allowed to have visitors, but at the same time, my dad fibs because he just wants to be home. He shouldn't have been home when he was home. He was in a nursing home to get fucking physical therapy. He should have been home when he was home. He lied and said he was doing better than what he was. It just sucks that nobody can be there. But sure, please test him for COVID. Because the last when he went to the hospital at the end of January before his birthday was because he had fluid on his lungs and he couldn't fucking breathe and he woke up gasping for air. Please rule that out. Good night, Renee. Thank you. No, what y'all got? What look, what benefits do we get from being married? I already said I'm about to marry a gay dude. What benefits I get from marrying you? We can get married. As long as our marriage is open and you can get dick and I can too. It's okay, Noah. It's okay. I've made peace with it. It's hard, but I've made peace with it. I personally don't think he got it, but if y'all can go ahead and get that ruled out and then figure out what the fuck is really wrong with him, great. Y'all want to test him for that? I ain't 100% sure he ain't get it. The reason why I say that is because, some people get it more mild. Some people get it asystematically. And before we knew this was a thing, towards the end of January, you was in the hospital because you couldn't breathe. You was there for 9 days. Nobody can really tell you why you was there for 9 days. My niece went to urgent care for upper respiratory infection. Her 14 days was just up Sunday. My sister has a sinus infection. I had a fever a couple days ago, broke it myself, and I'm sniffling the coughing. 100% great if we don't have it that bad and we're all fucking autoimmune deficient. Great. But yeah, why not let us know? Allergy season is here, but everybody's allergies is worse than usual. including my mother's. So if we all just got it, but we got it mild, let's find out. He ain't got it bad enough to die. He worse than all the rest of us, but he ain't got it bad enough to die. My sister and my niece is getting better. I've never felt bad. My mother never felt bad. Let's go. No, exactly. No, exactly. God don't give us more than we can handle. And I feel like that's why my dad been having all these health issues. And I said it might be a blessing because there is nobody there and nobody can be there for you. So can't nobody feed you and can't nobody say, oh, he got to go to the bathroom, and can't nobody get a nurse. It might be a blessing in disguise. It was better for him to be there even during this than for what he was doing for my mom and running my mom ragged. My mom during this whole fucking shutdown been out every other day, and I was fussing at my mom. Well, he wanted some KFC. Ma, we are on a fucking lockdown. You just went out to go get prescriptions, because God forbid you go get all the prescriptions at the same time. It was just fucked up, but it's okay. Because before anything happened to my mom, now he in the hospital and can't nobody be there. And yeah, she gonna be worried, but at least she could sleep, she could rest, she can eat, because she wasn't eating because she was so busy trying to feed him and he wasn't eating it. I have to look at it that way, because if I don't look at it that way, I'll be worse off than what I am. What I will tell you is this. What I got from all my dreams and shit like this, I need a boyfriend. Not any boyfriend. I need to get married. I'll marry a gay dude. I don't give a shit. I'll get married to a gay dude as long as we have an open relationship. Like, Noah, I would marry you. Can we like pool our fucking resources and get married? We would have a great marriage because me and Noah have like so many of the same interests, and we're like so fucking cool. And we have so many of the same interests. And our marriage will be on the same page. Like, our marriage is open. We'd never fuck each other. Might even sleep in the same bed and never fuck each other. Like, oh, come on, nigga. Just cuddle me. I need a cuddle. I need some love. Cuddle me, nigga. Cuddle me, motherfucker. Cuddle me, nigga. And I think we can do that because he's a big bear. And he's cute. And we cute in pictures and everything. I think we can get the same thing out the goddamn marriage. And all the mutual shit and all the good shit of the marriage and all the good insurance and shit like that, and still have an open marriage and both fuck dudes. No, as I said, no, I think our marriage will work fine. And you can't say, well, it's not a green card marriage. It's not a green card marriage. What you gonna vote for? I'm like, we're friends. We decided to get married. This is what happened. We married. We have a great friendship. We're good. We're good together. We're a fucking excellent fucking team. Just so happened he like Dick and I do too. It's plenty of people that got open marriages. There's plenty of gay men that's married to straight women. We could be each other. I am a great fucking gay wingman, by the way. An excellent gay wingman. And also, you love to cook. We could have a fucking side hustle as a YouTube cooking show because I'm a good cook and I love to cook too. But it's just that because it's just me, I can't cook. I can't cook the way I want to cook because if it's just me eating it, I always overcook. And I love to cook too. Actually, what I prefer, if you love to cook, what I actually prefer, I love to bake. Like, I actually honestly thought about going to school to be a pastry chef. I love to bake. So if you cook and I bake, and I've already been experimenting with like low carb, light calorie desserts. I've already been working on that. We got this. Oh yeah, you Italian. You ain't got no choice. You Italian, and my people are Southern. We overcook. We overcook because cooking was love to us. So you overcook all the time. You Italian, and I'm Southern. Like, well, you know, your people like you overcook because that's love. No, we should just get married. Where you at? I don't know where you at. We can just get married and then like be each other's wingman for sure. For sure. I don't know if I want to get married for love no more. Oh, you in California? Perfect. I don't know if I want to get married for love no more. I'm already going to get used fucking goods. I'm already going to get somebody divorced at least once or twice with babies. I'm too fucking old. We are not picking anybody from Ohio. I'm coming to fucking California and getting somebody fresh off the boat from the Midwest that was like, she's cute. We would be supportive of each other. You would fucking elevate the YouTube channel. We can do the dinner. We gonna do dinner, drink, and a movie. YouTube. We gonna do all that shit. Like, oh, my husband just made this. And we gonna milk that for like a year. Like, wait, is her husband gay? We gonna milk that for like a year. And then we gonna like get popular. And then we gonna be like, well, yeah, my husband is gay. My husband is gay and I'm non-conformative. Let's rock. We both like dick. Shoot it through. We're okay with that. We have an open marriage. I don't know if they would love me out here. I think I'm too fluffy for out there. I think I'm too fluffy for out there. But I think about California that I would be good at is because genuine would probably be like really rare out there because everybody is like thin and fake and plastic. I'm like, no, bitch, I'm just me. This is my husband. My husband's name is Noah. Y'all say hi to Noah. Noah's amazing. And if you are not from California, which most of y'all are not, we're gonna teach you how to make a good goddamn meal. We're gonna get you the trade trap. We gonna call our channel the trade trap. We're gonna give y'all the trade trap. And then like 6 months, we're gonna be like, oh yeah, so my husband came out to me and told me he was gay. And that's fine because once he told me he was gay, I told him I was non-conformative. And we choose to stay together, but we have an open marriage. So if you want to fuck my husband, come through. And if you want to fuck me, come through. Condoms only. Right? Oh my God. Do you want to elevate? Noah, we got to get married now. Noah, will you marry me? Because we're the first people that ever got married for a business fucking arrangement. Noah, will you marry me? No, we can do this shit. Noah, marry me. Look, during this coronavirus shit, we can even make this a goddamn event. We can get married online. We can get married online. And then we would be the complete. Let's fucking do it. I'm not joking. I am fucking Britney Spears. I am all in. We can get married. And Noah, we get married, right? We get married. We will be the fucking celebrity fucking couple of the org community for at least 3 years. We can run this org community as shit. We can start our own fucking org. We can do our Love is Blind fucking org and run this shit and make money. What's up, Geriatrics? I love that. Yeah, I just called it Geriatrics. Why you playing lead actress, Geriatrics? Noah, listen, Noah. We would be the king and queen of the fucking org community, no higher, no fucking lower. We would run fucking everything. Noah, I don't even know this is. I think your real name is Noah. Noah, will you marry me? Will you marry me? Will you marry me? We can get fucking a license online somewhere and get somebody to do it online, because that would even fucking blow up and we would get money. Will you marry me? Let's fucking do it. I'm not joking. I'm not joking, bitch. Let's get married. Let's get let me play that song. Let's get fucking married. Let's register online to some random ass dumbass church with some random ass dumbass
YouTube music.
We can get Demonica to get fucking listen. We can get, because Demonica would be all about that. We can get Demonica to get registered to marry us. We would get fucking married from different states during this coronavirus shit. Get our money that way. Come up with. Let me do my drag race show though, because I'm about to show the fuck out. But I would like to be like, well, Noah is here because my new husband is here. Oh my God. You think I'm playing? You think it's because I'm tipsy? You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? No, Demonica ain't gotta make a show. She could just be casted. I would have Nika do it. Somebody just get online certified to marry us. We can make that 2 shows because you gotta do it in Ohio and you gotta do it in California anyway. Me and Noah, I'm not joking. I'm not joking, bitch. Will you join me in open gender non-conformative gay marriage? Will you join me in gender non-conformative gay marriage and open marriage? Will you marry me in gender non-conformative gay open marriage? Okay, my proposal could have been better. Proposal could be better. Let me see if I can make it better. I can't make this go a little louder. I can't make it no louder. What's going on in the place to be? I ain't stunting Noah. Come on, come and marry me. Already gave you the keys to the game. My last name about to change. I used to be the light. You made me change my life. Now that he call you the mama's wife. I wasn't ready for that. Who's wearing a dress? If you want to wear a dress, I ain't got no problem wearing the fucking suit. You know I ain't got no problem wearing the fucking suit. We can switch it up. You know I ain't got no problem wearing the fucking suit. I do men's wear well. I like the way I fucking look. I'm wearing heels though. I'm wearing heels though. I'm still wearing heels, makeup, lashes, and all that. But I'll wear the suit. I'll wear the fuck out the suit. But I'm still wearing heels. I just want to get married. Meet me at the altar in your white dress. We ain't getting no younger. We might as well do it. Let's get married. Free. Say, who wearing the dress? You.
Free.
That's right. TurboTax free is free. Free.
I already know. I'm about to fucking kill the suit. Well, how do we do it? Do you need to get married in Ohio? We ain't even same sex. I can get you married in Ohio now. No, I have a black sequin blazer. I have black sequin shoes. I would just wear leggings, a white blouse, and I would get a black sequin bow tie. I have to order that. And then, of course, I'd have a giant black sequin bow on my head. Well, it might be like a tuxedo. It might be like a putting on the Ritz thing, a black sequence, white, and then black again with like a black tuxedo button. No, I have no problem wearing the fucking suit. I have no problem wearing the suit. I would be like, looking this up like Gary Cooper, super duper. Can we both have a veil though? If I do that giant tuxedo bow with the black sequins and the white and the black, can I have a veil? Can I have a veil too? Y'all think we plan? We are actually negotiating our wedding right now. I'm about to get you so fucking laid. I'm about to get you so fucking laid. And I'm about to get so many people off my back at the same time. Do you know how much more dick you're gonna get? I'm married to a fucking woman. Gender non-conformative. But oh my God, do you know how much more dick you're gonna get? Do you know how much more dick I'm gonna get me? I'm about to be me and Mrs. Jones. Oh my God. But we both got it. I'm not gonna do the big veil. If I'm gonna do like the tuxedo bow with the black sleeves and the white and then the black again, it's just gonna be a little. Fuck yeah, we buying one. They're definitely not good. I don't know if you know this. I got 3 DUIs. They're not gonna let me fucking adopt one. I'll have one for real if you're willing. If you're willing to donate sperm, I'll have one for real. We're not gonna fuck to have one though. If you donate the sperm, I'll be willing to have one. We can adopt. We can buy. I'll have one if you want to donate the sperm. We're not having sex though. But if you want to donate the sperm, I'll get pregnant. If you want to donate the sperm, I'll do it. We have double income now. I'll do it. If you want to donate the sperm, I'll have the baby for real. I'll have it for real. We ain't fucking though. We're definitely not fucking. Somebody who is ain't no bloody blue in here. No, we're not having sex. We're not having sex. But if you do like the sperm and try to like fertilize the eggs, I'll do that. I would do that. We can adopt or foster. But I would also have the baby. If you would, we can get the sperm and the egg. I would do that. I would do that. I don't even know what the fuck Queeby is. Yeah, I'm like, I would have it. I would have your baby. We just not having sex. The most fabulous baby ever. Impeccable taste. Can cook. Amazing at orgs. We'd have a fucking influencer baby for fucking sure. Because now that's a job to aspire to, and our baby would be a fucking influencer. Yeah, we're not having sex. I'd have your baby though. I'd get pregnant. I'd have a baby. If we can do it like test tube baby style or like just insert me, I'd have your baby. We just ain't having sex. I'd have a baby half you, half me. But we just ain't having sex. That's all. I seen Queeby because I want to see the shit with Caitlin Olsen from It's Always Sunny and Will Forte. I want to do that. Would know how to cook and rap and bake. Like I said, I have no problem letting you lead on the cooking. You Italian. I'll let you lead on the cooking and let me bake. We gonna have fucking stuffed shells in linguine sauce and fucking sweet potato pie with a red velvet fucking crust. I'm down with that. Make America fat again. Because I do. Like, I honestly, I love to bake so much that when I was younger, I was thinking about, instead of going to college, being a pastry chef and going to school to be a pastry chef. But my parents wasn't having it. That is the truth. I love baking. I bake well. I make good cakes and stuff and pies and stuff from scratch. And just on my journey in high school, that I knew that I was different. And we were visited by like the cooking school that you can like go to school to be a chef or to be a pastry chef. That I was like, well, I think I might not go to college. I might want to be a pastry chef. It's a reason why I only applied for Bethune-Cookman and YSU. Like, I'm like, well, maybe I'll skip college and I'll go to school to be a pastry chef. My parents wasn't having it. I really love to bake. I love to make sweets. The reason why I don't do it is because it's usually just for me. And that's a waste. It's such a waste because I might have one or two slices of whatever I make. I made a blue velvet cake one year for my birthday that literally no one else ate. What the fuck is a blue velvet cake? Well, it's the same thing as a real velvet cake, but it's like a heavier vanilla cake, and the food coloring is blue, and it was so good. It was decorated cute. It was this 2-layer, thick layers though. Like the layers was like this thick, like 2 thick blue velvet layers. They had like a blueberry center, like a blueberry vanilla center, and nobody was fucking with it. People that eat my food, they won't eat my desserts. And it's because my desserts always look like a little bit too much. So I kind of gave it up. But like I really, when I didn't know what I wanted to do, I think a pastry chef would have been good because I do like to make sweets. Yeah, what the hell is blue velvet? It's the same thing as red velvet, but instead of being that heavier chocolate flavor, it's a heavier vanilla flavor. Of course, you put food coloring in it to make it blue. See, red velvet cake, the vinegar makes it almost kind of red anyway, and then you just put extra food coloring in it. The blue velvet is like that same like heavier vanilla flavor. And then you have to put food color in it because there's nothing that makes it almost already red already. So it's just like that heavier, a little bit heavier, moister cake that you put blue food coloring in, but it's vanilla flavor. It's vanilla instead of chocolate. It's like the opposite between a brownie and a blondie. It's a little bit heavier of a vanilla flavor. It's still that same moistness, that same denseness that makes a red velvet cake different from a chocolate. Is the same thing that makes blue velvet cake different from white cake. It's like the same difference, the extra density, that extra flavor to it. It's moist, but it's a little bit more dense. I had layered with this vanilla blueberry filling. Put on top of it. I'm not the greatest decorator of the cake, but I did that and did all of that. And I'm the only person that ate it. And it's probably the best cake I ever made. When you're the baby, it took my dad fucking 10 years to even want anything that I ever cooked to eat. No one thought I could do it. Also, 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 have you ever had a lemon blueberry meringue pie? I know you've had a lemon meringue pie. Have you ever had a lemon blueberry meringue pie? Have you ever had a raspberry vanilla puff pastry? Well, chocolate's kind of easy. Because chocolate's going to be chocolate. It's going to be chocolate. You ever have a Black Forest cheesecake, though? Which is like chocolate and cherry. Oh, my God. It's so strong. It's so strong. Oh, my God. It's so strong. I can't get the top back off. There we go. It's so strong. Oh, I gotta look at this. That is more than half the bottle, honey. This needs to be like the last of the drink. Yes, more than half the bottle. I got on shorts. Oh, Black Forest cheesecake, honey. Mm-hmm. Anyway, no, are you gonna marry me or no? It would get so many people off my fucking back. and get you so much dick. Oh my God. How much Troy would be like, wait, you're married to a woman? I can turn you. All the goddamn fucking, my milkshake brings all the twinks to the yard. My milkshake brings all the twinks to the yard. Like, oh, you're married to a woman? And then they would see me and be like, wait, what? Because if we went out, I would have to be like extra fucking fancy. I'm not a rose. I'm a violet. Extra fancy. Never send a rose unless it's black to destroy someone. It's not like we kill people on purpose. So do they keep asking me? No, I don't think anybody asked me. They all get mad after that, I think. Here's what I want to know. Oh, it's so late. It's so late. It's so late. D Nice? Why is D Nice live? Why is Club Quarantine popping? I ain't just being ignorant. I got on shorts. They little shorts. They little shorts. They ain't panties. They are shorts. Is anybody else during the quarantine like want some penis? Cause I never see you anymore. I need your love, that's all I'm living for. Yeah. You pressure your baby. All I ever wanted to do. I wanna be your lover. All right. Yeah, I wanna talk.